Okay. There have been quite a bit of updates. There's been quite a bit of updates. Oh, wow. They just keep buying this and buying it. Well, what is that? Okay. Well, we've got a pretty huge gap up today. It is humongous gap. 25 200. We've got a humongous gap today. That would be probably one of the biggest gap fills if this happens today that I have ever seen in 10 years. We don't know if that's going to happen. Ready? Uh, Let me get rhythmic. Hmm. Order book going. Um, no, let's do NQM6 dot CME. We'll do that on that account. We'll add another one. MNQM6.CME. So I am loading up on Rhythmic Order Book. I'm loading up the NQ and the MNQ. So I'm loading up both NQ and MNQ. Let's set that to default position. Set that to the default position. Yes, I already know that. I've got one, but you're not showing me the P&L. Okay. Well, we already got that one. That's good. We got a massive, massive gap up. Uh, Probably the biggest gap up I've seen in 10 years. If we have a gap fill today, that is going to be nuts. That'd be the biggest gap fill I've ever seen in 10 years. Uh, there's a new version out. I've added a 15-minute chart. I've added quite a few stuff tonight. Hopefully everything's working. Um, I've added a 15 minutes. So we have live pulse, range tick bars, 30-second minute, 2-minute, 5-minute, and a 15-minute. All of that should work. Like 15-minute for delta, like all that should work. That that all that should work. That was quite easy just to add 15 minutes. It's just a matter of adding those time frames in. Also, I worked on the Dom last night. That is looking really decent right now. Let me just go to solid candles. This way this market is, I would be quite honest. I wouldn't even trade it. I'll be honest. I just wouldn't even trade it. Uh, I am trading one funded account, and if that gets slaughtered, I am done with my funded. I will probably not trade until this Iran crap is over, to be quite honest. I'll stream, but I am not going to be trading. This market is not conducive. And I made a comment in the Discord, and of course, people are going to disagree. That's fine. But I basically said all your fundamentals, all your ICT, all your order flow, everything, all the strategies that you trade mean nothing in this market condition. It means absolutely nothing. Fundamentals, ICT, order flow, whatever you want to trade, it means absolutely nothing. And these type of market conditions means nothing. And that was shown yesterday with all the crazy spikes going on. I mean, I traded the 2008 financial crisis. That was that was wild. That was extremely wild. COVID was okay. That was kind of fun, but this Iran stuff has gotten out of control with all the news and everything and what's going on. It is just uh let's look at some of this stuff. Uh let's look at actually Saudi Arabia East West Oil pipeline pumping station hit at 1 p.m. local time. Uh we don't know what's going on. I mean, this is all it's going to take. Senior Iranian official Iran could open Hormuz on Thursday or Friday ahead of meeting with the U.S. and Pakistan if a ceasefire framework is reached. If a ceasefire framework is reached. It, this market went straight the hell up on absolutely no validation of news. Okay. If a ceasefire is reached, reopening would be limited and in coordination with the Iranian military. That's the Iranian Republican Guard, which, uh, I mean, they could say, yeah, Straits of Hormuz is open, but not to the U.S. You know, this is, and then all of a sudden we have a 500-point gap fill. I mean, it's crazy. So you really, I would strongly recommend if you are a new trader, I would highly, highly recommend that you downsize drastically. um, so let's look at excuse me. Let's look at the volume, the order flow profile. It's in beta. It's actually workable. It's really in beta. Um, It's downloadable. You can install it. It has. Let me go over some of the features it has. Um, we have the symbol right now. I'm looking at NQM6 or June 26th session. You have ETH, electronic trading hours, which is basically it's 908, which is basically overnight session. You have RTH, real time trading hours. Uh, that's New York session, or you have both. Right now, we're looking at both. We have history. History, you can look at 5 days, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. The minute, you can look at 5, 15, 30, and 60 minutes for a volume profile. Ticks per row. If you don't, uh, like if you go to 16 and you click apply, it's really going to uh, it's going to really crunch up the rows. That's why I usually set this to 64. Okay. This doesn't need to be exact. It just needs to give you a good area uh, to look at. And also down below at the footer, if you look down below at the footer, uh, yeah, it's showing. If you look down at the footer, we have ONHL, which means overnight high and low. You see how that went away? That's the overnight high and low. Overnight POC, overnight point of control, like this yellow right here. If you click on that, that's going to take the point of control away for the overnight point of control. And the candles, you can show candles or not show the candles. Okay, you have drawing tool, uh, and then you right click to remove it. You have a freehand, and you can right click, remove all paint, and you have a crosshair. None of that's hotkeyed yet, but and also this drawing stuff, when you draw on it, if you close it out and you reopen it, the drawings do not save. I just haven't gotten there. Uh, I just I just wanted to get a basic volume profile working so I don't have to always keep using TradingView. That's why I wanted to get this working and have the features that I wanted, because when I switch to real-time trading hours and I click apply, what I basically am looking at is this is the real time trading hours. Now, granted, we're way the heck up here. We're way up here, okay? But what I can look at is, okay, right here was the point of control for the overnight for this New York session. This was the low. This was the high overnight. So I can kind of glance at this and be like, oh, okay, I know what exactly where we're at. If you don't want to look at the overnight point of control, you just take it out. And then you don't have to see it. You just see the highs and lows. So that's what I wanted to do. Just get some basic stuff working here. Uh, so let's take a look at both. Okay. And you got to click apply. Now, this doesn't update in real time. Okay. This just, it doesn't update in real time. It updates like every minute. Uh, for the volume profile, but you really don't need a volume profile to be updating every single tick. That's just kind of ridiculous. Um, but if you really need for it to update and within less than a minute, you can click apply and it updates it. Uh, but this is just a guideline to kind of keep off to the side and take a look at. But this is what we're looking at. We're looking at a huge gap. I don't have a ruler set yet. I just didn't have enough time last night to code in a ruler to find out how many ticks and points from here to here. Uh, I will get that in there, and then it'll show up on the left here. Uh, so right now we kind of opened up right up in here in this area, and we have basically gapped a humongous gap overnight just because of a ceasefire talks, which May happen, may not. We have no idea. Uh, so what I'm looking at today, this was yesterday. Okay. This was the 7th. You see there 4-7. This was this was yesterday's. Okay. So we have a huge gap up overnight that looks like a P. Normally, a P means bullish. Okay. Kind of like this right here. We had a nice P shape on Thursday, and then we kind of traded up in this area right up in here. That's normally that I don't know what that one was. That might have been Friday. I don't know. But Monday, Tuesday, yeah, I think so. That normally means bullish, okay? But in this market condition, we have no idea, to be quite honest. I don't know if it's going to keep going. If it breaks, if we open up and it breaks 25,257, we could keep climbing. I, I have no idea. Um, if we break, right now we're trading like at 25,227. If we break, because this is the P shape, what I'm thinking, if we break, start breaking this area right up in here. If we start breaking this area, we could come down here. If we break this area right here, what I am thinking, because we have support all the way over here, okay, we could possibly come down to this area. But since there's so much low volume up in here, we could go straight down back to this area of 24.4. That is what I am thinking. And the reason for that is if any kind of news comes out where this ceasefire is off the books, we could lose this area right here and slam right back down about 500 points pretty easily. And the way this market is. And that's what I'm having. Reason I'm looking at this for support right here, even though there's extreme low volume right here, which normally you just trade right through it, right? So if this area broke, we would have normally just traded back down to here, okay? Uh, but because I'm thinking of this as being support is because of what we've had in the past, like on 312, 313, 316, 317, this whole area right here, all that distribution of volume, okay? There was some selling in there, there was some buying. We basically had a balanced market for those few days. Oh, I mean, it kind of traveled quite high, but this is on a daily, okay? 30, it's a 5-minute time frame, but each profile is daily. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, we'll just remove them all then. So that is what I'm thinking is this right here, just roughly, just rough estimate, this area being support. And if we break that because of the volume and the point of controls in this area right here, okay. You see how we came up here and into, you have all this right here. You see how we came up into this area right here and we really didn't break through? That's because that was resistance right up in here, okay. And then, of course, ceasefire news came out and we just slammed it right back up. But that's what I'm looking at today. Also, here, let me just close this out. What I am going to do, because I don't need a whole stinking, I'm going to go to order flow profile. What I am going to do is I'm going to go to NQ M6, or you can go to NQ space June 26th. If you're on Rhythmic, I think. Uh, I'm going to go to both Normally, I just kinda look at the real-time trading hours, but I kinda want both today. History, I'm just gonna go to, like, probably 10 days. I'm gonna go to 5 minute, and then I'm gonna go to 64, and I'm gonna look at it like this, kinda zoomed in a little bit. There are some bars that you can move around. This is a little quirky right now. Uh, the whole profile thing, I got the profile thing up there, but the whole profile thing is a little quirky. Uh, but that's what I'm looking at. You see how that I created a new one and it kind of took out those drawings. I just have to somehow figure out in the code how to save the drawings, which right now I'm not too concerned about. There's more pressing things to get done than to save a bunch of rectangles, to be quite honest. And it's only just me doing this. You see how that flashed? That's because it updated. Uh, it updates every minute. What I need to do is just write the code to not update the whole stinking chart and just update the current day, and then do the real time uh, number right there. But I just wanted to get a basic profile up and running, working with some options for people. But that's what I'm looking for. We have a nice, big, huge gap up, biggest gap up I've seen in a long time. And if we have this gap fill, that'll be the biggest gap fill I've ever seen in 10 years. Um, if we lose this blue P-shaped area, we could come down into this area right here. And if we lose that, we could come down to 24,500 area roughly. Those are just rough numbers, okay? Those are just rough numbers. We don't know what the heck is going on. Uh, the news could come out and everything could just go dump. I mean, this thing could dump. This thing ran up. Like I went and took a shower last night. I came out of the shower. This thing was like screamed up like 500 points. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, man. Um, these are not the type of market conditions that you really want to be trading in, to be quite honest. And if you're a new trader, the only thing I can tell you to do is just sling around one micro. But I will be honest with you, all your fundamentals, your ICT, your order flow, all that means nothing. If we can get a good setup, I will point it out. Like right now, normally this would be a pretty good setup. Okay. Normally this would be because you got like 30 lots, you got a stack cell, you're breaking that. Normally you can come down into this area right up in here. Okay. The problem is you got the point of control right there. Okay. Now that's the bad thing. But normally this is pretty good. Pretty good. I'm looking at a 15-minute on this one. Let me change this. And I need to change that. Oh, daggone it, we got 8 minutes. Um, NQM6 because the version, you see how it says version 1.1.5. I was just using because I'm using a compiled version. Uh, actually, non well, it is compiled, but a non DLL version on my system. We'll go to 15 minutes. We'll just go to solid candles and just click apply. And then for some reason, you got to go to settings. My settings, this is what I have for the settings for the 15-minute, if you wanna take it. I'm gonna go 75 for the Delta Surge. Actually, I'll probably just do 100 because we're in crazy times right now. Uh, Large volume 30, that's fine. 4 and 3, that's fine, and then just click save and apply. And then I'll come down, you can come down to the bottom right here, and come down to the bottom and just kinda do this, okay? Um then I gotta do the 1 minute. This is this aligned. I hope everything I did last night was pretty good. Let me open up another order flow pulse. Let's kind of get this in line. Um, just close that out. Kind of is that looking good? I guess so. All right, we'll just go to NQM6. NQM6. I am going to go to a 2 minute. Yesterday I traded a 1 minute. And I normally do trade a 1 minute. Either that or I trade the range bars. I am going to go to solid candles, moving average, apply. Now, for some for some reason, you have to come in here and then click apply, save apply because this is not. I got to look at the code because I have the volume profiles showing, and it doesn't show it unless you do this. Then I'm gonna come over here to the price and kind of scrunch this up a little bit. Come over here, kind of scrunch this up a little bit. You see what I'm talking about? You see? We're just going down and they're propping this thing up. But the one thing, if you look at the numbers here, if you look at this, you have a large seller right here. You have the buyers right up in this area. But right here, with the point of control, the largest seller was right up in this area. And you got all these large sellers. And I'm thinking if we get down here to 25 160 area right up in here, that we could lose it and go back down to the overnight uh, point of not the overnight point of control, but we can go back down to roughly about 24 500. That's what I'm thinking because you got all these sellers up in here and you got the point of control right here for the overnight. And if we lose that, that's, that's what I'm thinking. Of course, the fundamentals really don't mean anything in this type of market environment. It is nuts. Really doesn't mean very much, to be quite honest. Here, let me bring this over because I don't have much real estate on the screen to be showing because I'm trying to trade in 1080p. Okay. We got just a few minutes. So this is version 1.1.5. Volume profile overnight loaded. Yeah. 15 minute. We're looking at a 15 minute over here. That's a 15 minute to the right. Let me get some more coffee. 15 minute moving average. That might actually be something. Kind of flatlining on the 15. We're kind of up in this area right here. It's just kind of a balanced market since 5 o'clock this morning. We've just been in a balanced market. Uh, Alrighty. All right, get my last cup of coffee. Version 1.1.5 is out. That's out for order flow pulse. Here, let me show you real quick the the Dom. I worked on the Dom last night. Worked on the Dom last night. This is starting to look halfway decent. Do, 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 do. Uh, right here, you've got the ETH, electronic trading hours, and then when it gets 9:30, you can flip over to RTH for New York session. So this is the Dom. Everything is working pretty decent. Uh, we've got the execution buttons down there. When you get into a trade, well, I'm on Sim 101, so let me like when you let's just go into sell real quick. All right, you see the little blue box right there? It just kind of, well, it just kind of went away. So we'll just go ahead and flatten it. Yep, see that blue box? Oh, no, it went away. Well, you saw it. I hope you saw it. Right there we go. Right there, blue box. And when you flatten it, boom, it goes away. Okay, that is your average price. Uh, that's your average price. So the Dom I've got set up pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to use the Dom this morning or not. I might just, yeah. And then, of course, you got the clear button right here. If you hit clear, it just kind of it clears everything out. I'm going to redo this. Here, let me bring back, and it doesn't have an apply button. You just need to click inside the ticker box and hit enter, and it'll update. Okay. We froze. Did I lose internet? What happened? I don't know. Market's open. I don't know what's going on. I guess I'm still streaming. Here, let me just make sure. Is probably the market's going whack. Probably CME, India and China begin ordering immediate shipments of Iranian crude oil after announcement. Um, I don't know what just happened. Markets can't keep up. CME's probably crapping themselves. Markets froze. Um, let me bring up Trading View and see what's going on. We got a little bit of movement, folks. We got wow. Folks, do not trade today. This is just, this is, uh, that's just my advice. If you, I mean, if you don't care about blowing accounts, that's fine. Uh, my suggestion: just sit on your stinking hands. That's just my suggestion. Uh, you cannot trade like this because if you get into a trade and there's massive volume coming in, CME kind of slows down, uh, or it, yeah, this is just not conducive to trading. Market makers, if you're throwing in market orders, you could get slaughtered with spreads. Market makers, And let me explain this. Market makers do not like this type of environment. Okay. They do not like it. They like it when it's nice and calm where they can make money consistently with the spreads because they don't care about retail traders. Okay. They care about the banks and institutions. These market makers, that's what they care about. And they make money off the spreads. Of course, it's, cheaper for the institutions and banks and stuff like that. But 0 right now, we're at 25 165 on the volume profile, and I'm just thinking if we start losing this area right here, okay, this area right here, about 25,000, roughly 25,000, roughly. These are just rough numbers. Okay, if we start losing this area, I'm thinking that we are going to go down to at least this area right here, about 24,600. That's what I'm thinking. But all this fundamentals mean nothing. Okay. In this type of environment, it means absolutely nothing. This is a 15-minute. Okay. This is a 15-minute. I've added 15-minute to order flow pulse. I'm looking at a 2-minute right now. This is a 2-minute chart. Okay, the delta is not going to be showing because the columns are too uh, skinny to be showing triple digits. Uh, we've got a lot of sellers right here. You had the largest seller right there, basically right at the point of control. I've tick merged the profile. I've tick merged the profile to 8. So if you open up your settings, I have DOM depth of 200, volume profile tick merge of 8. Okay, I need to tick merge it because the NQ is trades like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. I just need to tick merge it, especially in an environment like this. Wow. Du-du-du-du. I mean, you really need to size down today. I mean, you might be able to catch yourself a nice little short, but you got to be careful. I mean, that right there would be $1,200. If you try to short it and you put your stop way up here, that's like a $1,200. That's, yeah, where are we at on the 15-minute? If you look at the 15-minute, we're kind of flatlining this area right here. Do-do-do-do. That's a balanced market area since 4 o'clock in the morning. If we lose this area right up in here, we could possibly go down to 25,000 pretty easily. Let's look at a 2-minute. Here, let me test this DOM real quick. I want to make sure that the NQM6, I'm going to tick merge it to 4. Okay, that should load up the ETH, the overnight session. Let me check just to make sure this is going to load up. 25 160. Let me switch over to settings. I think I still have my profile set. Yep, overnight session. Let me switch over to ETH. I mean, not ETH, RTH, New York session. So we got New York session. We got 25 158, 20, well, 25 1 blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it seems like this. I mean, we got some resting. Ba, 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 ba. Yay. We got some resting bids on 1.25, about 50 of them. That's at the New York session low. They could get smoked. They don't pull that crap. They could get smoked. Um, yeah, we don't know what's going on, folks. We really don't. You got to size down today. If you don't size down, you could get slaughtered like a pig. Don't be a pig today. Yesterday, I was a pig. I got slaughtered. Um, it was on eval, but hey. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, come on down there, brother. I don't know what you idiots doing buying this crap, but I hope you long term. I don't care about you banks or institutions. You want to buy this crap way up here, you go right on ahead. You do your thing. Where are we at on the 15:15? Today we got 5 minutes before this 15 closes. This could get ugly today, folks. You got to size down, or you need to go fishing today. Go do something else. It's not the type of market environment you want to be trading in, to be quite honest. Not the type of environment you want to be trading in. Iran is considering IRGC warns any foreign aircraft entry breaches this ceasefire. Iran is considering strikes here. Let me bring this over here. Iran is considering strikes against Israel amid its violation of temporary ceasefire in Lebanon. Bears News citing unnamed official, yeah, unnamed, whatever. India and China begin ordering immediate shipments of Iranian crude oil after announcement of the 2-week ceasefire agreement between Iran and the U.S. Press TV. Traders trim ECB bets. Okay. Looks like that, IRGC warns foreign aircraft entering breaches the ceasefire. You know that's going to happen. Okay, you know that's going to happen. I mean, we could have spy planes way up there, and they can't even see it on their radar, and they're going to be like, "Oh, it breached. It's over." You know, hey man, you got to be careful, folks. Iran is considering strikes against Israel. Uh, Folks, this is just getting out of hand. You got to size down. You got to size down. Look at this, folks. Look at this. Look at this. NQ going to take a big old crap today. You just might see the largest gap fill you're going to see in a long time. It's 9:42. All right, let's see what we got here in this area. The overnight session, you saw all those sellers in overnight. They were looking to sell this crap, and boy, they are making their money. We got the largest buyer right here, but that was 41 contracts right there. You got a buyer here. You got a buyer there of 65 contracts. I don't know why that didn't update. Maybe that's 65. I don't know. These orders that are coming in, it's going to be whacked out. It's going to be crazy, folks. It's going to be whacked out and crazy. You might get some crazy fills. It's going to be whacked out today, folks. NQ is shit in the bed this morning. Well, you got some people buying up this crap. You got some sellers selling. Um, wow. This is okay. Where are we at on the volume profile right now? On the volume profile, we're right here at 25,102, roughly about 25,100. I'm thinking seriously. I am seriously. Boom, boom, boom. What are we doing? Remove all paint there, my friend. Remove all paint. Let's kind of go over here. Uh, let's kind of zoom into a 15 day. Let's kind of zoom into a 15 day. That was the that was the areas that I was looking at earlier. Um, we're losing the point of control right up in this area. We're losing the point of control right up in this area. Okay. If we lose this area right here, I am thinking we are going to go down. That is just what I am thinking. I could easily be wrong. This thing could rip 1,000 points. We just don't know. We just don't know. Right now, we're at 25,112 and a quarter. Yeah, you got some big, huge delta right here. Big, huge delta. You got big, big delta at 25,109, folks. 25,109. You got some big, huge delta there. Well, that would have been a nice short with this little bounce right here and this short right here. That would have been a nice. That would have been $700 if you got the gonads to do it. If you got the cojones. If you got the cojones, you can short this thing, but man, we don't know what the heck is going to go on. All right, the point of control just shifted back down to 25,100. Okay, 25,100. Let's look at. We're looking at both right now. Let me look at RTH. Let me switch over to RTH, folks. Let me switch over to RTH. Whoops. Go back to 30. Okay, you might see the biggest gap fill you're going to see in your lifetime, folks. If we fill this gap, this is going to be the biggest gap fill I've seen in 10 years of my trading. That'd be quite funny if we did fill it. That would be. Could you imagine filling this gap right here? Holy smokes. Woo, that would be nuts. That would be nuts. Okay, let me go ahead and do this. Let me the overnight point of control. You see the little gold right there? That overnight point of control. I'm gonna come down here. I'm gonna come down here and I'm gonna look at ONPOC. I'm gonna uncheck that. I don't want to see the point of control for the overnight. Basically, don't care about it right now. Uh, I mean, we're, we're kind of below it. I really just don't care about it right now. So, but what I'm looking at right here, uh, we've got the overnight high of 25,257 right there. Overnight high of 25,257. Overnight low 25.4 something. I can't see it. Uh, kind of small, but that's the overnight high. Overnight low. Overnight low is right here. Overnight high is up here, folks. So let's see what happens today. You got Iran saying that they're going to, IRGC warns any foreign aircraft entering breaches the ceasefire. Iran is considering strikes against Israel amid its violation of the temporary ceasefire in Lebanon. I mean, this is going to get out of control. Well, it's already out of control. It's already out of control, folks. It's gonna get nutty. Do-do-do-do. It's gonna get nutty right here, gonna get nutty right here. You got some pretty massive, this is a 2-minute bar. I'm looking at a 2-minute bar. I'm not even looking at a 1 minute. I'm looking at a 2-minute bar, and, you got some pretty crazy stuff going on. You got a nice little battle right up in here at 20 in this area right here. You got a nice little battle between the buyers and the sellers. Do-do-do-do. Um, you got, nice little battle. Look at all that persistent delta surging, persistent selling. That was right up in this area right here. Boom. You got a buy imbalance, a buy imbalance, a buy imbalance, a sell imbalance, a buy imbalance. You got some craziness going on. Delta surge, buying, selling. You might want to sit on your hands. You might want to sit on your hands. And I'm being serious about that. Let's look at the order flow dom. Let's bring that bad boy up. Um, Electronic trading hours. I want RTH, and I'm going to tick merge this thing to 4. I'm going to go back over to the ticker. I'm going to hit enter, and this is what we got. I already had the stinking dom running. Okay. Well, ain't I just a dummy? I had a brain fart. Um. Okay, you had 65 buyer right there. You had 65 buyer at 123. You got them sitting on the books there at 25, 110, about 36 right there. Um, I updated the DOM right here. You got RTH or ETH for overnight session, RTH for New York session, real time trading hours, New York. Uh, yeah, you got the clear button right here. That clears it out. Uh, So we're definitely trading below the point of control. We got a massive delta right there at 25, 110. We're going to smoke these mother lovers. Smoke 'em, boys. 25,080, 25,080. You got about 40 resting bids right there. They're going to get eaten. Come on, you know you want them. Look at that big, huge red candle. Boy, NQ taking a shit this morning. Ooh, NQ. You went up like you took the blue pill and now you done shit the bed. You got the Iranians saying they want a ceasefire. Then you got the Iranians saying they're going to blow up Israel if they don't get their act in order. I mean, this is nutty times. Nutty, nutty times. Here, let's see what the live pulse is doing. That's probably lighting up like a Christmas tree. Let's see what the old live pulse is doing. Uh, NQM6. We got live pulse. I need to get rid of that candle because live pulse don't have no stinking candles. Live pulse don't have no stinking candles. What are we doing? What are we doing? Large volume 10. The heck was I smoking? Uh, uh, Resting orders 10. The heck am I smoking? Maybe 20. We'll just click apply. We'll just go ahead and do that. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Here, we'll bring that up here. What we got on the volume profile? On volume profile, where we at? Where we at, folks? Uh, yeah, we could possibly come down to this area right here, about 24,900 up in this area right here. That's because of these volume area right there. We could easily come down there today. Uh, I got the resting orders set to, I got the resting orders set to 20. So the heat map's only gonna show on 20 resting orders. Uh, yeah, folks, this is some crazy times. You got 5 minutes. That was 5 minutes. This one right here, this one's the, 15-minute, folks. This is a 15-minute, okay? That's a 15-minute. 15 minutes. I just added the 15 minutes last night. You got some, okay, this is bearish right here. You got buy and bounce, you got a buy and bounce, and we closed below it, and right now we're trading below. Okay. This is absorption, folks. This is absorption of buyers, absorption of buyers. Okay. It looks like NQ ain't done shit in the bed. You got some 25065, 25065. You got some people sitting on the base. You had some big volume up in there, but they kind of got absorbed a little bit. You got some big selling going on, big buying, big buying. Okay, they reclaimed that area, but look, okay. Did you see how that was up here? Did you see how that was up here in a split second? This thing went down like this. I mean, sellers are in control of that area. You see that right there? They were they were right up here. Can I draw on this? Yeah, I can. They were right up in here, and then they just crapped the bed. Boom. Okay, sellers in control, in control. Right now, you're at 25,080. 25,080. You got about 76 sitting on the bid at 25,080. Um, you gotta be careful, folks. This could get crazy. You got about 80 on the bid at 25,080. You got 80 on the bid at 25,080, 80 on the bid at 080. Oh, they just refreshed the book right there at 088. Oh, you got some massive. Look at this right there. Whoa, big volume, big volume with high positive delta 149. That didn't show up. That's not a single order trade. That is a trade that happened within 100 milliseconds. That's some order slicing going on from the institutions. That is order slicing going on from the big dogs. Um, you got about 100 sitting on the bed at 080. So they've actually stacked the books a little bit more. You got about 100 sitting on the bed at 080. If they take out if they take out 25,080, it could be good night. If they take out that 080, if they take out them 100 bids at 080, you got to look at this and see if there's going to be absorption. Boom, some big. All right, we got some big players up in this area. 25,080, they're going to try to hold this 25,000, I bet. You got some big orders right there. You got about 50 up at 078. There's no more sitting on the books up here at 080. They got some big selling there, big buying up in here. You had some right here. Buyers absorbed, double stacked buying absorbed. Okay, a delta surge of 125. We closed below it. This whole area right here, boom, this whole area right here is telling me the buyers got absorbed, and we ain't done selling, folks. We ain't done selling. Yeah, what's she doing? Yep, it's coming back down. If we look at, if we look at, the overnight, okay, we're getting pretty close to this area right here. We got about 80 points before, we probably get a decision if they're really gonna crap the bed and get this gap fill. Right there at, 065, you had a lot of selling right there, and then it kinda ran back up, kinda getting a little relief like that. There's some big players, battling it out today. There's some big dogs battling it out. At 099, you got about 50 on the offer at 099. Looks like they're trying to lift the offer to get up there. Don't know if they got enough steam because the bubbles are, up, 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 up. If the buyers get absorbed up in this area again, like they did on this 2-minute chart right here, if they get absorbed again, boy, is it gonna get ugly for them. You got a lot of, you got a lot of buyers up in here, okay? You got a lot of buyers up in here, okay? Not a whole lot of sellers, big sellers, one single contract orders, okay? You had some persistent buying. They're trying to do this. Man, if they lose this area, it's going to be good night for them. If they lose this 25,000 area, got any news that comes out? IRGC warns any foreign aircraft. Nope. Iran's considering strikes on Israel. Nope. Okay, no more news. Trump to PBS. Hezbollah and Lebanon will get taken care of too. Uh oh. You know what that means. You know what that means. That just happened at 10 o'clock. That was 1 minute ago. Trump to PBS. Hezbollah and Lebanon will get taken care of too. Yep. You know what that means. The war machine ain't done yet. The war machine ain't done yet. It keeps turning. Right here. Trump to PBS. Hezbollah and Lebanon will get taken care of too. Oh boy. Or you got them sitting on the offer at 25 100. You got about 150 orders up there, about 25 100 sitting on the offer up there. 25 100, they sitting on the offer up there. Look at the 15-minute. Look at the 15-minute. You got big, huge wick right there. If we lose this area right here, this 25 065 area, that could be some more selling coming in after that. Okay. We got these 50s. You got a lot of buyers up in this area. Okay. You got to think about this. You got a lot of buyers up in this area. Okay. A lot of buyers here. Okay. These buyers right here are taking some heat right now. They're taking about 30-point heat. Not too bad for an institution, but we lose this area right down here. We lose that area right there. All those buyers are going to be taking heat, and they're going to be selling their positions. I don't know. That's just a where is it? Where? Oh, there it is. No, that right there. All right, here I'll be right back. Uh, yeah. If we lose that 25065 area, we could get a little ugly up in here. 25065, but you see them sitting on the bids right there. Here I'll be right back. All right, what we got here? What we got here? Oh, they're coming up to 25,100. They're coming up to 25,100 on the 2 minute. We're bouncing, getting ready to bounce off the moving average right there. And that 2 minute is definitely sloping downwards, just like the 15 minute. Uh, we sloping downwards. All right, what we got? Trump to PBS? Yeah, yeah, yeah. We already know Hezbollah and Lebanon going to be taken care of. Up, 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 up. They're going to crap. Ooh, there's some good times right now, folks. There's some good times if you're short. Oh, they're trying to defend this area. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? They're trying to defend this area. Look at that. Boy, that thing shot up like a rocket, boy. Mm. Like how many points are boy? They actually got absorbed right there too. 25,060. Boy, that thing popped, didn't it? They still sitting on the offer up there at 100, 100, still sitting on the offer about 150 sitting on the offer up there. See right there? See right there? They just sitting there. They just sitting there chilling. Right there. They just sitting there just a chilling. Um yeah. Yeah, folks. Oh yeah. Oh, got 63 got slammed into the market. About 34 of it was one single contract right there. About 34 right there. Uh Well, wait a minute, wait a minute. That was earlier. Okay. Uh, boy, oh boy. Hey, I'm going to be making an update. I'm going to be making an update. I did quite a bit last night. I don't know how late I stayed up. Uh, I don't know how late I stayed up, but I got some stuff done. Got some stuff done for the profile. Got some stuff done for the DOM. Added a 15-minute order flow pulse. So yeah. Uh, what am I going to do tonight? Oh, yeah, plus I got the pricing page, folks. If you wanna know what all this is gonna be, well, it's gonna be pretty daggone cheap. I must be out of my stinking mind. Uh, if you go to, if you actually go to the front page, you click on pricing, it says right here, get instant access to the complete order flow bars package below. Special pricing, only $95 for a full year of access. This offer expires April 30th. Don't miss it. 30-day money back guarantee. Whoa, we're gonna crap. We crapping boys and girls. They gonna crap the bed again. Boy, woo, stay off the train. Oh, ooh. All right, where are we at? Where are we at? No, seriously, where are we at? Okay, we just lost this area right here. Do. We just lost this area right here. Okay, that area right there. We kind of lost that area, and if we start getting down into this area, it could be a good night. It could be good night for them buyers that bought way the heck up there. Um, because if you look at this, look at all these buyers right here. They start taking too much heat. Several vessels. Okay, hold on. We got some news coming out. This is going to be like drinking from a fire hose with the news, probably. Okay. Let me get it up here. Let me get it up here. Bum, 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 bum. Several vessels in the Gulf received messages claiming to be from Iranian Navy, saying Hormuz is still closed. Oh boy. Trump to PBS, Hezbollah and Lebanon will be taken care of too. Yeah, you know what that means. You know what that means. It means the war machine ain't stopped turning. All right, we got about 160. They're starting to stack the offer up there. We got 160 at 25,100. They still ain't broken that area right there. The war machine keeps turning. I'm gonna tell you something. I spent 5 years in the United States Marine Corps, and I hate all this war crap. I really do. Why can't everybody just sit down have themselves a nice beer, wine, sit down, have a drink, smoke. Well, don't, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Come on, NQ. You gonna shit the bed again? Let's go. There's that 15-minute. Boy, the 15-minute looks like it's a goner. All right, let's analyze this 2-minute chart right here. Let's analyze this 2-minute chart right here. Okay. Oh wow. I might have to tick merge this thing. Well, tick merge this thing to tick merge 4. Sorry. I need 1. I need to tick merge this to 4, folks. Um okay. Um it's finding value to the downside, and we're starting to balance up in this area right here. The point of control was up here, now it's down here, so it's kind of shifting. This is where all the volume is. And if you look at this, you got a lot of negative delta right there. You got a big, large buyer. I mean, big, large seller right there, big, large buyer. You got a lot of buying up in this area, but they are not getting rewarded. Okay. And if they don't start getting rewarded, they're like, we're not going to sit here and take a 500 point loss. And they're just going to dump it, and that's going to put fuel to the fire on the short side. If we lose the low here with volume, it could get real stinking ugly. All right. Well, we got Iranian Navy message: ship owners need to receive permission from Iran to transit, or they will be targeted and destroyed. Oh, wow. I think it says transit. Transit. Receive permission from Iran to transit, or they will be targeted and destroyed. Holy smokes. Okay, this is going to get quite interesting today, probably. Yeah, 93 buyers right there, but that was very light delta. You see how low that opacity is? That's light delta. You still got them sitting on the whoa 25089. Now they're sitting 123 at 089. 123 offers at 089. They're just sitting there. They're starting to stack on 092. They got a bunch of fills, over 100 buy orders filled. Those buyers don't reclaim that area, that's going to be absorption. What was I getting ready to do? Totally forgot. Um, the buyers are trying to reclaim that area, but yeah, this could. Okay, we got 125 there are seriously interested in buying this area. You got about 32 of it. Looks like 32 or 50 of it with single order contracts. I just totally forgot what I was going to do. I don't know why I had that web browser up. Oh yeah, that's why. Uh, well, they got absorbed. Do, 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 do. Okay. You got a significant amount of buyers right here. Okay. These buyers right here did not get rewarded to the upside. So they're taking a little bit of heat. This is what the market likes to do. It's finding value to the downside. It had a basic little auction right there. Then it found value to the downside, and it's having some more auction going on. This is just basic auction market theory. If you understand auction market theory, this is just basic auction market theory. Uh, yeah, they're still sitting on the books on the offer at 25,100, still sitting up there. I mean, you can see them sitting up there. They're still sitting up there. Okay, we haven't been able to get up there. Okay, we just haven't been able to get up there. Okay, if I scroll back to 10 minutes, if I scroll back to 10 minutes, look at that. 25,100 past 10 minutes, we ain't gotten nowhere. Okay, here, let's clear this out. Um, let's clear it out. Start over. Every now and then, I like to clear it out. Every now and then, I like to clear the old live pulsar out. Yep, they still sitting up there. Look at that, 160. Boy, they stacking too a little bit. Um, I've got my settings to resting orders of 20. Resting orders of 20 or more for a histogram to show up. Of course, you can take the histogram off if you want. It's all up to you. Um, I ain't done no stinking orders this morning. I ain't the stream's health current 40. You know what? I just don't care about you, man. Um, YouTube, I just don't care. I mean, let me check my internet speed real quick. Do, 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 do. Uh, yes, come on, man. Let's go. Oh, let me recenter this. All right, we're starting to lose it a little bit. We're down here. Where are we at on the volume profile? Volume profile. Yeah, if we start losing that blue area right there, we start losing this area right here. Uh, it could be good night. Uh, yeah, the upload is hurting a little bit. My upload speed's hurting a little bit. Boy, my internet around here does suck. It ain't all that good, to be quite honest. It does suck a little bit. I don't know why it doesn't normally suck that bad for the upload. My word. Oh well. All right, we got a little bounce off of 058. Um, I wouldn't be trying to take no stinking longs today. got 1020. Still have them sitting up there at 100. Got 60 sitting on at 085. 60 offers at 085. You got 60 at 085. Um, we're still sitting here right at the point of control, a little bit below the point of control. If we start losing that other blue bar area right there, we can easily come down here to in this area. Let's take a look at this. This is getting interesting. Wish I had more screen to real estate to stream on. Um, 085. Yeah, I'm sitting up there at 085. We're not getting up there. The volume's starting to dry up. The volume is starting to dry up. I don't like this. I don't like it when it gets quiet. I don't like it when it gets quiet. Uh not with this stuff going on. And the reason why, when it gets quiet, uh institutions know something we don't. So I just don't like they're just waiting for something. We got some big wicks. You see these big wicks right here? This is a 15-minute chart. I added the 15-minute chart. I'm on version 1.1.5, so you need to update. You see these wicks right here? That's actually pretty bullish. Those buyers right here, these large single order contract buyers, well, large single order multiple contracts, these single order large orders, they're holding this up. They're holding this up, and if we lose this area, I thought for sure once we lost to 065, I thought we would really dump like we did on this candle, but I guess not. Uh, we're just consolidating. We could consolidate here for a half hour, an hour. We have no idea. We got on this 2-minute chart right here in the middle, this middle chart, this 2-minute chart, we got a lot of negative delta right there. But you got to think, look at all these buyers at 090, all these buyers up in this area. You had all these buyers right here. Okay. Well, that one right there as well. Let's add that one. Okay. You had all those large single order buyers. I don't want that. I want this. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, we're just sitting here waiting now. You know what I would like to add to the order flow pulse? Like this area right here. See, if you look at this area, what I'd like to be able to do is take this area right here and just be able to click and drag, and it gives you a little data box of, hey, this is how many large single order contracts there were, like volume of 100 milliseconds, how many buyers and sellers and the delta of that. That's kind of like what I would like to do. They're starting to kick up now. They're starting to come back alive. What they doing? What they doing? And they kinda got down there to 050, and then they kinda bouncing off of it. A little light delta. You see that 57? That was, opacity is light. That means light delta. So it was light buying, light delta, light delta, light delta. Oh, we got some big selling with high negative delta right there. I mean, that's I mean, we're in the big negative delta area right here on the 2 minute on this delta profile. Uh, the blue right here is a volume, and this is the delta. Of course, it says right here, RTH, real time trading hours, volume profile, and then the delta. Okay. And then you have the large profile, which is right here. That's the large single order contracts. Now, oh man, that reminds me. I got it. If I update, because this is what I've been thinking about doing, is these single order. Yeah, I think I can do it. I think I can do it. This is what I'm thinking about. Right now, this just shows single order contracts. Okay. I mean, yeah, 41. That was one single order with 41 contracts. What I'm thinking about doing is having this say like 32, like these bubbles right here aggregate every 100 milliseconds. Okay. The only problem is that if you have that set too low, you're going to get massive bubbles. You won't even be able to see the candles. Okay. If you set it to like 20 or something or 25, you're going to have a lot of bubbles in a candle. Okay. I mean, if you really want that, I could just create you a bubble candle. You could just have instead of the bars right here, you can just have bubbles, and they just create 2 minutes of bubbles. Boom, and then if it's and then put like the delta down at the bottom or the volume or whatever. I mean, we could do that. That's what you want. We can do that. Mm, you can be a bubble candle trader. Um, But what I was seriously thinking about doing is, like, taking this right here, like this 65 and then putting, like, 65 and then have, a line and then put, like, maybe, 30 underneath it. So 35 of it might have been one single order, and then 30 of it might have been trades that happened within 100 milliseconds. Uh, I've been thinking about that, but I need to find the time to write the code for that. That's what I've been thinking about. No other platform has that that I know of. I could be wrong, but I don't think anybody else has that. That gives you the single orders and the aggregated volume within 100 milliseconds. I mean, that's what Bookmap does. It's aggregated. And I think that's what Deep Charts does and all the other ones. You got some selling coming in here. You got some selling coming in here. You got a little bit of selling coming in there. Yeah, 57 contracts come in, no single orders. If these buyers do not get rewarded and we start close keep running down, more than likely they're going to sell. More than likely they would sell. I mean, that's what I do. I know the institution's got some big money and everything, but they don't want to be losing $1 million. They'll just go ahead and take a small loss and then buy when we're done selling. They have some pretty big absorption right there. Right there. At 040, around 040, right up in this area. That was pretty big absorption. That was like a 15-point trade. Whoa, look at that. Man, this thing, I'm gonna tell you, if you can catch yourself a short and get yourself to a nice break even, and just let that baby run, you could be sitting pretty. I mean, if you look at the 15-minute candle right here, you see the 15-minute, you see the 15-minute right here. You could actually come up here to about 125, 125, about 1 1/4 up in this area, uh, because that moving average is right there, and we've deviated quite a bit. So we could come up there and bounce up to it, and then sell right back off. And I mean, we just do not know. But what this moving average is just Heikin-Ashi data on a 15-minute smoothed out with a 9 exponential moving average. That's what that is. I just read some papers about high frequency trading from these institutions, and that's what they did for their little trading bots to keep them in the right direction. Not all of them, but there was some institutions that did that. That's where I got the idea from, to write the code. All right. Or what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What we got down here on the books? We got 170, but at 026, you got 175 bids sitting on the books. 175 sitting on the books at 026. 026. Them sellers going to go down there, boy. Are they going to yank that, man? Whoever's doing that, whoever's sitting there like that, boy, they got some big ones, don't they? Now they're up to 180 sitting at 026. Oil tanker oil inventories actual okay, I really wanna see. Okay, I'll just read this out. If you guys wanna read the news, you can always go to financialjuice.com, okay? Just go to financialjuice.com. Oil tankers passing through Hormuz have been stopped after Israel's ceasefire breach, Iran Fars news agency. Okay, this oh, oh boy. Who's the boys, the boy. Crude oil inventories, negative 3 million. Look like EIA crude oil inventories actual 3.08 million, forecast 0.5 million. Previous was 5.4 million. Boy, this is getting crazy. You had a delta surge right there of 194, but I mean, if they break through this 026 with 170 sitting on the books right there, that could be crazy. If they break it and hold the break, that could get nuts. Are they going up to 175? We got about 175 at 026 sitting on the bid. Kind of came down. We kind of drifted down a little bit. It could be a spoofer. They could spoof it. Who knows? Well, we got a little bit of buying coming in there. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Let's see what. Oh, yep. There we go. There we go. There we go. We got some orders being filled up in this area. 026 is a big area, people. 026 is a big area. 026 is a big area. They got 170 sitting there. They're bouncing off of it right now. Get a little relief. First, they're sitting up there. They're still sitting up there at 25,100. Still sitting up there at 25,100. That was about a 15-point bounce. That was about a 15-point bounce. We really didn't get very far in the past. What is it? 20 minutes roughly? We ain't got very far in the past 20 minutes. It could bounce back up into this 090 area. Looks like the 15-minute right here. Last chart right here, that 15-minute uh looks like it's trying to form a hammer if we close up in here. I wouldn't be buying anything. Roughly 6 minutes, 6, 7 minutes until this candle closes. Could just be, who knows? Who knows? This market can go down pretty quickly. See, if you look at this on a 15-minute, if you look at this on a 15-minute, this 15-minute candle here was negative 683 delta. That one negative 400. That little doji candle was negative 388. That sell candle right there was 93 positive delta. So that's not very. And we had a nice auction area right up in here from like 5 o'clock in the morning, and then we kind of sold off. So we definitely got a lot of negative delta up in this area, but you got a lot of buyers that are buying this area. Okay. As you can see here on the large volume profile, you have these buyers. Okay. You've got those buyers. These are single order contracts, large, over 30. Okay. But you got some sellers here, and the largest buyer was right here, up in this area where that yellow bar, thick yellow bar is. So so the news is coming out quite frequently. The news is coming out quite frequently. We still got 170, 180 sitting over there at 026. We got a little bit of movement. We got some little bit of buyer movement right up in here. You got some we got some big buying up in there. Got some big buying up in there. That's some big delta too. That was 33. 33 was single order contract. They're not getting rewarded. If we close this 2 minute down here, they could, this 2 minute right here. I mean, we've just been slow grind down. If you look at the 2 minute moving average, order flow bar moving average, it's just sloping down. Uh, Looks like it could start flatlining. But I'm just thinking if we break the lows, it could just be another sell. We need to break it with volume. If you're looking to short, you need to break it with volume. At 026, you see, that's why I'm just wondering if this 100 and some, or what we're going to find out, hopefully, this 170 some sitting there at 026 at the lows. Um, are they going to yank and then the bottom drop and then it drops? I mean, I don't know. It really bounced off extremely low volume. Bounced off of extremely low volume. On the 15-minute, we really haven't had a pullback. I mean, look at this 15-minute. We really haven't had a pullback. I mean, could we go into lunch and have a little pullback and then have a dump late afternoon? Heck, your guess is better than mine. Like I said, earlier, your fundamentals, your ICT, your order flow, when you have an environment like this, none of that really matters. I really think the only edge that you might have more of an edge with order flow than anything else, but it happens so quickly. I mean, the setups that I would normally take, like this one. This one was pretty. We had a nice sell off. We had a little relief. Uh, we had a little pullback in this right here. You could have gotten in and gotten yourself about 30 points on that. Um, because these buyers right here are trapped. Okay, these buyers right here, they were trapped. So once we start breaking that low, then you start going down. You got these buyers right here. They're not getting rewarded right now. These buyers right here, they're not taking any heat right now. But these buyers up in here are just taking 40 points of heat. So they're not getting rewarded. So are they going to hold all the way to the dump to the gap fill? I mean, that would be massive freaking gap fill. That would be like nuts, man. 026. We need to come down there and test there. We need to test this 026 because this is a very significant area. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. Right now, they're just bouncing off of it. Sellers are just not interested in testing that right now. And here's the thing, you could have an institution just come in and test that area and just massively just blow right through it. I mean, they could be slinging in hundreds of contracts. Like, I mean, we're talking 500,000 contracts. We don't know what their game plan is today. We just don't know what their game plan is. It's a pretty big area. It's 026. And also, if we break that 25,000, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, we got 118 of it as one single order contracts. You get about 200. You got a lot of fills right up in here. You got a lot of fills up in here, about 200, about 300. You got a lot of fills up in there, and there's no follow through. There's no follow through. What are they doing? You see here on the heat map where they got those fills, uh, they're starting. If they're serious about propping this up, they're gonna start stacking the bid, and they're not stacking it. I'm not seeing anything on the heat map, and I have it set to resting orders of 20. So nothing is sitting there, man. Nothing is sitting there. Uh, at 25,000, that's a big area. 25,000 is a big area. 25,000 is a big area, folks. Let's look at the let's look at the profile. Right, the profile. You see how we're losing that blue area right there? We could come down here to this area right here where the gray box is. We could easily come into the middle of it because that's where those pointed controls are. Okay, for this area right here, especially for 318 for March 18th. That was a big distribution of volume up in this area. So that's a pretty significant area. You could get a slight little bounce if you wanted to play that. One 118 of it was one single order. That is some serious, serious. Uh, there was a buy. I can't see what that buyer was, but that was a large one right there, larger than 118. You got this big negative delta area right here. You got this big negative delta area that they just keep churning in. They keep churning in that area. Churn and burn. All right, let's see what we got down here. Let's see what we have. 25,000, yeah. Of course, there's gonna be some big orders sitting there, but if we get down there, man, that is a pretty big area. It's only 30, 40 points away, 35 points away. That's not very. They can get on there in a heartbeat. Well, we got some big selling right up in there. No single contracts, but you have some big hundred orders, 100 some orders within milliseconds. You got buy-in within 100 milliseconds, so you got 114 there. You got a nice old battle. You got buyers stepping in there. You got big buyers stepping in here. You got big buyers, big, large amounts of buyers stepping in. They're just holding this area. Pick 93 sellers, big negative delta. On that 15 minute, it looks like it's trying to form a hammer on that 15 minutes. We could come up here in the 090 area. If that 15-minute forms a hammer and we break that high, we could drift. We could come up to the 25090 area, 25100 area, maybe. Um, but we don't know if that would be a slight pullback for the 15-minute or not. But that's what That's what I'm thinking. If they close this up here, the buyers close it up here, we could get a little bit of a bounce. Then what I'm thinking is a bounce because we sold up pretty significantly. Is if we close up in this area, get a little bounce, and then sell right back off. That's just what I'm thinking. 25,000, big area, big area. How many they got sitting on the books there? They got about 90 sitting on the books at 25,000. Uh, they're starting to sell a little bit. They're gonna go down here and test them 25s. They're gonna go down and test the 25,000. Boom! Look at that. But now, if they keep going, got a little absorption right here for the sellers. I'm not seeing any large buying coming in. They're starting to stack a little bit on them, then they keep pulling. There's not much. I mean, that's what they've been doing, coming down here, bouncing for about 15, 20 points, and then more selling. So if you're trying to catch a falling knife to go long, I wish you luck. I really do. I wish you luck. If these sellers hold the 25,000, below 25,000, we could get more selling, people. We could get more selling. This ain't over. This ain't over. This ain't over yet. We got some persistent selling. Delta surge of about 200. Delta keeps climbing. We got 300. Yeah, Delta surge of about 200 on that. We got any news coming out? Kuwait fires broke out in some of these sites. Kuwait fires broke out in some of these sites. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's just, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but hey, I'm not going to sit there and waste my time trying to read the article. All right, we got 700 sitting on the offer up there at 015, 700. Boy, there's a lot of them up there, too. There's 700 over there at 015. Man, that's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, they yanked it. Spoofer, spoofer, spoofer. Spoof alert, spoof alert, spoof alert. We got a spoof alert. Oh, man, that would be cool. If we had some big stuff like that sitting on there and all of a sudden it got yanked, it'd be funny to have a big yellow text there that says spoof alert. Spoof alert. The reason it was a spoof alert is because they know they ain't getting up there, so they yanked that shit. They ain't getting up there. That ain't spoofing. That's just them saying, "Nope, screw this. We're gonna sell down here." Spoof alert. Kuwait fires broke out in some of these sites. And what sites? Can you tell me? Can you tell me? I don't want to. I don't care about you, man. Boy, this 15 minute. Look at that 15 minute. Boy, they just keep going, don't they? They just keep a going, folks. They keep a going. Look at that. Boom. Oh, where we at on the profile? Where we at on the profile? Doop doop doop. We shit in the bed again. NQ done shit the bed again. Uh, We got a spook alert. Where we at? Oh, we're down here at the gray box area, folks. We're down at the gray box. And we're down here at the gray box. I don't know what to tell you. We're down here at the gray box. Um, okay, right here we got the point of control. Let me get my little drawing tool right here. You see this right here? You see that little point of control with that volume, with the distribution, the volume right there? Boo boo boo. That little gray line right there. You see this little gray line? Do 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 do. That right there? No, I don't want to remove that triangle. I want to remove all paintings. Okay? That little gray line, if we lose this area right here, we could possibly come down here, to be quite honest. That is just my thinking. Okay? And I have been known to be crazy. So, alrighty. Where is my thinking? Man, I need more real estate. We got some big sellers up in there. Big sellers, big sellers, big sellers, big sellers. I don't know what we got up in there. Whoops, wrong way. We ain't got much going on, folks. Whoa, look at that 2 minute. That 2 minutes, 700 positive delta. They trying to reclaim this 25,000, folks. They trying to reclaim the 25,000. They's trying to reclaim the 25,000s. They're trying to reclaim the 25,000s. The thing right here you really need to think about is you got a big old hammer right there, and you got the big delta right there. But there was a lack of large single order participation buying. We don't have much sitting on the books. Don't have much sitting on the books. What happened to my heat map? There we go. Oh, hold up, hold up, hold up. We got news. 10:57. We got news. That was a couple minutes ago. Saudi oil pipeline damage said to be limited after drone strike. Okay. You know, you know, this ceasefire thing is not going to work out, folks. If they, that's just my opinion. We got where I'm sitting on the offer up there at 2502, at 02, 25,002, 2502. You're sitting there. Okay. Go up there, fill a little bit, get yourself some more. I just don't think the ceasefire is going to work out that well. Because here's the thing. Even if the Iranian Republican card, let's say, you know, the Ayatollah says, okay, we're going to do this ceasefire and everything. Okay. But, but you could have other groups do little stuff. And then Iranians could say, oh, we don't control them. You know, but then they could still do attacks. You know, this is a mess. It really is. It's a stinking mess. We ain't got much sitting here. You got a little bit right there, 67 and 25,000. So they're trying to reclaim the 25,000, folks. Like I said, we could we could come up here and bounce off of like 075 up in this area, up here on the 15 minute. I mean, we could come up here to 15 minute. I mean, we could come up here for about 50 points, okay? And what are we gonna do? Are we gonna run up into this area and then kinda have a pullback and then a real dump? We don't know. It could run up, get a little pullback, and then buy on, and then you could short on that, try to catch yourself short. Mm, my suggestion, this is just my suggestion. I wouldn't try to be going on all full port many stuff. But my suggestion is to go to micros and try to get yourself a pretty decent runner. Probably a couple runners. Maybe 5 micros, try to get yourself some runners or something. You could do that. You could do that. They're trying to get a bounce, folks. They're trying to get a bounce. You got 48 single order contract come in there. You about 48 single order contract come in there. Uh, if they lose, I'm thinking if they lose this area right here and we start selling right there, it could just be another sell point, to be quite honest. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, we got a little bit of a bounce area. It's 372 positive delta right there. It could be a little bit of a bounce. We don't know. Let me recenter this. Let's take a look at the profile. Where we at on the profile? We're stuck. We're just bouncing up a little bit. Yep, we're just bouncing up a little bit. We're still below that point of control, though, aren't we? Yeah, we're still below the point of control for both. So let's look at RTH for New York session. Let's look at New York session right here. Okay, New York session. It looks like we're building out this area. We're just building out. We're just building out this area right here. Okay, this is the point of control. Mm. Yep, that is what I'm thinking. So we have a little bit of a bounce. I mean, I'll be honest, your fundamentals, ICT, order flow, and none of this is really mattering because in the market conditions we're having, I honestly believe that order flow could give you a little bit more of a better edge. Uh, we got some negative delta right up in this area, but you got to think you have some buyer right there, a large single order contract buyer. Uh, If we close on the 2 minute, this is a 2 minute. I switched to a 2 minute because this is just kind of wacky. 2 minute, I switched to a 2 minute. This one right here, I added the 15 minute. Last night, I added the 15 minute to order flow pulse. Okay. And this is a 15 minute chart. This is a 2 minute chart. And just because of the wackiness, okay, I just had to switch to a higher time frame. I was getting my butt ate up on lower time frame 1 minute. Uh, once all this Iran conflict stuff settles down, I will be back to streaming possibly on a range bar and scalping on a range bar like I did before. Uh, Once all this Iran conflict stuff settles down, which we have no idea when that's going to settle down. Um, we could break this area and come up into here with all this big volume. But in order to keep climbing, you have to get past the point of control and all of this big volume distribution area. Okay. I mean, we could easily come up here. We could easily come up here to this area and bounce right off and go back down. That's kind of like what you see on the profile right here. You can come back up to this volume area, and I have set this for a 5 minute. Come up to this volume area and just bounce off of it and come back down. But that's a pretty big gap fill if we fill this. I don't know if we'll fill it today. That would be crazy. Lack of volume, people. Lack of volume. Got them sitting 030. Got them sitting on the offer at 030, and they're getting filled. We got a lack of volume. Uh, I just don't. This hammer right here was pretty good to go long. Once you broke that hammer, you could have went long on that. We had a positive delta of 148 positive delta. I mean, you have to put your sh- you have to put your stop pretty tight, right? Like about 10 points, but you actually got yourself some pretty good bounce off of that. But that's really hard to take. I mean, when you're like this, that is really hard for me to take. And if I do take it, very tight stop, very tight. I mean, you're not going to go in here and put your stop way down here for about 50 points. That's kind of crazy. Okay. And if we look at a delta profile chart, uh, yeah, there was a lot of buying up in here, a lot of positive delta. So that would have been a pretty good long to at least go up to the moving average and start taking scaling some out. That is it. In about 30 minutes, I'm going to have to take off for about 30 minutes and I'll be right back. That'll be lunch hour. Hopefully, we won't have any fireworks, but you never know. Last night I took a shower and then I came back and I kind of looked at the charts and I'm like, holy smoke, that's nuts. That just gives me an excuse not to shower, I guess. Um, which would be kind of hard to do. You don't want your booty stinking. You don't want no stink booty. You had 89 sell up in there. You know, they're holding the 25,000 area. They're holding the 25,000 area. I'm just giving big numbers roughly because, you know, this thing could crap the bed and we go down a couple 100, 200 points pretty easily. I mean, we don't know. Anything could happen. Pipelines damage, yeah, we already know that about the drone strikes. Um, we already know that about the drone strikes. Telling me much. Do we have anything sitting on the books down here? Come on. Not much. Not much. We don't have anything. See, this is the settings I have for the pulse. And I have this DOM depth set to 75. You do not need no 3, 4, 500 DOM depth. Okay, it gets up there. We got see right here because it gets updated pretty quickly. We got 100 sitting on the bids at 970. 100 sitting on the bids at 970. Uh, do, do, do. Uh, we're starting to lose this area right here on that 2 minute right there. We're starting to lose that area. We got uh, starting to lose that area a little bit. It would be nice to have a large single order contract come in, a seller. You can use that as support for a nice short. You can use the big seller for backing, kind of like this one right here. You can get yourself a nice short, about 50 points. That would be nice. We need a big, big seller come in, man. We need a big seller coming in. None of this small crap right here. This is just ridiculous. What do I have the minimum volume set to? Minimum volume of 5. Yeah, it's not even gonna show bubbles if there's not no stinking if it's like 2, 3 volume. Oh, we got a buy and bounce area right there. Boy, they just smoked that up. We got a buy and bounce right there. You see that bar right there? That is a buy and bounce. 4 times more buyers than sellers. Kinda coming back up to the moving average though. Yeah, you got the 15-minute that's kinda I got a big wick on the 15-minute up top. It's definitely to the downside. If you can catch yourself, and I see this is how you want to trade because right now, if we look at the profile, right now we're below the point of control and we're below this distribution of volume area. So, what you're trying to do is you're trying to catch yourself a good short, but you need a good entry point and have a large seller and use that as support and try to catch yourself a trade. You don't want to just try and catch yourself a short and just, you know, have a hope trade. Well, I hope it keeps going down. You need a reason to get in. Okay, you need a reason to get in. Uh, at 38 is not a very good reason. This 118 is a good reason. That's a good reason. That's 118 single order contracts. That right there, even if there was not enough liquidity in the books, uh, they still use each other. These institutions fill orders off of each other. So that's why that can happen. And I've got a video out there. How can because I went off of one where it says, how can 500 contracts, and I showed you one single order, 500 contracts. How can that happen? Well, there wasn't that much liquidity in the book, but the institutions play off of each other. And that's why you can do that. And they don't have to say, "Hey, we want to buy 500," and the other one says, "Okay, we'll sell it to you." You know, I mean, they look at a different terminal than we do. Okay, they look at a different terminal than we do, uh, and they don't have to report that. They only have to report what's actually executed. Okay, uh, that's what's regulated. Only what's executed, and that's what we see is the executions. We don't even have the trade IDs, okay? I don't that 48 buyer, I don't know who that was. Goldman, BlackRock, said, "Oh, I have no idea," without the trade ID. And I'm not privileged to that information. None of us are, unless we're part of the big boy club. If you're in the big boy club, you got it. You got about 70 sitting up there at 030, about 70 sitting at the offer about 030. So, is this going to be a it could be a slow grind down. I tell you what, Power Hour could be very interesting today. Power Hour could be very interesting today. Okay, right up here, you got them filled right there, and then they kind of drifted down, but they're still sitting up there about 60 on 030, 60 offers on 030. Uh, about 100 up in this area now. Got about 100 up in this area right here. Okay, that's what I'm looking at. Got about 60 and 40 up there. Doesn't need to be exact. You got some buyer low delta. You see how that the opacity of that bubble was real light. That means light delta. Even though there was 88 contracts in 100 milliseconds, it was just light delta, light positive delta. And that's pretty significant when you come up to areas like this and you see large volume, but the delta's really light. That, you know, your radar needs to go off. Like, do they have enough support to actually drive through it and hold it? Come on, you got about 100 up here. You got about 50 that's the delta was positive. Now, if they are going to try and push this up to 075, they need to hold this 030 area. I had 36 contracts, single order buy, but we're right into a balanced market area. Had took their head down and drove right back up on that hammer, on that 2 minute hammer right there. So, what time is it? It's 11:18. Like around 11:40. I'm gonna have in about 20 minutes. I'm gonna have to take off about 30 minutes. I'll keep the stream running. I'll just keep it like it is exactly right here. I'll just keep it running. We're kind of flatlining on a 2 minute. What that's telling me is do not go long or short. I'm on a 2 minute now, but as you can see right here, we're kind of flatlining on that moving average, and that's because we're kind of doing this. Okay, and that's telling me do not go long or short. Okay, this is a no go zone. You want to be trading here and get a good signal to go up, or trade here and get a good signal to go down. Good signal is a large buyer right here, and then we kind of need to go up. But you got to think of where you're at. You got to think of the volume up in this area. If we do drive up, you have to look to your right on the profile and see where you're at. Because if we drive up, we have to get through all of that negative delta in the past. And you got this big volume right here. Okay. And you're trying to go long up in this area. Well, you've got to chew through all of this volume to be able to do that. Now, if you're only looking for like 40 points, which is a very fantastic trade, go for it. I mean, this is not telling you to buy, but I'm not a financial advisor. You got to think for yourself. I can just give, I just give you the tools to try to give you an edge, and that's all these are. These are just tools to give you an edge. Uh, You got to look at this. Look at this 120 positive delta. This candle right here is 72 delta. There's really nothing here. Yes, the 1 minute is sloping upwards. Okay. But if you get in, where's your stop down here? Well, that's like 30 points. That's like a 600 stop. I mean, this is not ideal. Okay. This is not ideal. And the reason why is because look at these sellers right here. Okay. And you're right up in this area. Before you enter a trade, you need to look to the left to see what has been done historically. If you have 118 sell contracts right here from an institution, do you think that they're going to defend this area? That's kind of thinking you need to have. What kind of large buyers are up here? Now, if this 118 wasn't here, there was only like 30 here, 30 here and there. It's kinda scattered around, then yeah, sure, that's fine. But you got to think that 118, okay, you gotta think about what are they thinking? And this is a financial interest to them. That 118, I don't know who it is. I have no idea because I don't have a trade ID. I'm not part of the big boy club, so I don't get that info. But what I can say is in the past, around 1042, 1045, they were pretty significant seller there. Now, did they take profit here? We have no idea. Okay. We don't know. Okay. At 48, we don't know. But what I do know in futures, now this is futures. Okay. Actually, this was a good signal. I wish I was paying attention. I don't know what I was doing. Let me explain this. Delta surge, we have the order flow bar moving average sloping downwards. You have a delta surge of 199. Okay. 199 delta surge right there. That those little dots right there is where that delta surge happened. We closed below it, so you get in on the break of that, and that was a nice little trade for about 40 points. I don't know why I missed that. Boy, did I miss that. Okay. Yeah, I missed that one. I was probably doing something else. This is kind of things you need to think about. Financial interest of these large sellers. Okay. That delta surge right there might have been that large seller. Keep pushing it down. Okay. When you see that right there and you see a delta surge right there, that is a good signal right there. It could have been a quick, easy $500-800 trade. You're not going to catch the bottom there, but can you catch it from here and then it starts moving back up and you get yourself about 40 points, about $800? Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at the delta candle. Okay. Let's look at the delta for this. Okay. If you get in, okay, delta surge up in this area, you really can't see those purple dots. I need to fix that. Um, but we know that they were there. Okay, we had a delta surge right here. Okay, and we kind of surged down. Now, where would you get out? Well, if you got in on the break of this, all that negative delta right there is looking good. Okay. And then you come down here, you got negative delta. But look at this area right here. Once you start breaking that big volume right here, you start getting up in here, you really got to rethink about getting out. Okay. Because we're starting to reclaim. So you're not going to get the bottom, but can you get here and get yourself 30 points and $600? Yes. Yes. You're not gonna get the whole stinking move for about 1,075 points, okay? Maybe some hindsight guru tonight will be able to tell you they did, but I'm telling you right now, I missed the friggin' trade. I don't know what I was doing. Uh, no more news coming out. Yeah, I mean, I can give you the tools. Yeah, 60 offers up there at 037. You got a lot of wicks up here on this 2 minute right here. You see these wicks? They're just kind of this nice little battle right here going on. Nice little battle right here. Okay. We found value to the downside. Nice little battle. If we start breaking this area and start closing up in here, we could go up here to test 075. area right up here, point of control, and if we lose this area, we could probably go down and test the lows. One of the two is going to happen. You got a 46. You better not get yourself caught on the wrong side. At 46, is that 118? We have no idea. But we do know there's sellers interested in this area right here. Okay, you had them sellers right there. Single order contract of 46. So we don't know what's going on. I do know they're trying to get caught. It looks like they could get caught. Boy, I stayed up too long getting stuff done. We got 70 on the offer at 037. Got that 46 getting caught on the wrong side. Yeah. Okay. Got to look at the buyers right here. You had some buyers up in this area. You had the largest buyer of the day right here at 047 area, right up in here. So these little spinning tops, 2 minute after 2 minute. This is any other time I'd be taking trades like this. We have a run up, have a little pullback right here, and we break this area and go up here and test that. Uh, it's hard to do that with the type of environment you're in, and then how far are you going to get? So you're still sitting up there at 035 right here, up there at the high right there. They're sitting on the offers up here, about 100 of them. Okay, about 100 of them right up in here. Okay, about 110. That's an indecision candle. Past 2, 4, 6, past 6 minutes has just been indecisions. Something's going to break. It's just a matter of time. Something's going to break. It doesn't sit there and auction around on a 2 minute chart forever. Something's going to break. If you look at the delta, you got negative 59, 50, 35, 53. It's not real high. It's like almost like delta neutral. You're starting to pick up on the delta on this current candle right here, on this current 2 minute. Don't have very much sitting on the books down here. Got a little 36, little 30s. I mean, that's fine. You got the 2 minute moving average starting to flatline. I mean, something's going to break. You just have to sit and wait, man. You just got to sit and wait. You're not looking for the whole move. You're looking for a piece of the pie. And you got to think about this area right here, too. You had that buy and bounce area, about 15 points. You just got to sit and wait. I don't like trying to short or go long when a 2 minute moving average is flatlining like this. I just don't like that. Okay. I just don't, it's not good enough because the way I like to trade is I like to get in and know real quickly, can I move to a break even? That's just me. Or can I sell a little bit and move to a break even? That's just me. I like, I don't look for the whole move. I just look for the momentum of it. And I'm using the backs uh, of large players. I really did miss. This could have been a really good day if I would have gotten that uh, this persistent selling right there. If I would have gotten that, that would have been a really nice one right here. We had another one right there, negative 89 persistent. Once you actually broke that area, it's kind of like in the middle of the candle, which is, I guess, okay. That bearish engulfing candle right there with all of that would have been nice. I don't know what I was thinking. Was not thinking. Hard for me to focus, stream, try to walk through what I'm thinking and actually execute it. I'm used to sitting and listening to my headphones. You had a little support right there at '03. I mean, right there, they kind of bounced back up about 12 points. That was light volume too. I mean, all of this is light. Right, it's 11:30. So the thing is, uh, we're going into lunchtime. 11:32. I'm gonna have to leave in about 10, 15 minutes. I'll leave the stream open. I'll leave the stream open. I'll leave this open. I'm sitting up here. Uh, we got some large fill orders. We got some large fill orders happening right up in here. But then again, 2 minutes flatline. I don't like going long or short. I just don't like that. I just don't like that. This could be the beginning of the 15-minute chart right here. The 15-minute could be the beginning of a pull, of a sell off and a pullback, and then a dump later on this afternoon. This could be the beginning of the pullback. The way the news is setting up, it's kind of like this ceasefire thing is like, in my opinion, it's kind of like, is it really going to happen? Who can you trust? Got them 60s up here sitting on the books. I got about 10 minutes. You got these sitting up there. You got them sitting up there. Got the moving average starting to slope up now. You got them sitting on the books right there. There we go. So they're getting filled. Are they going to hold this or are they going to get absorbed? They're trying to push it. They're holding it. We could come up here to 075 area. Not much of a move. It's like 11:30. You really need to see buyers. If you want this to keep going to 075, you really need to see some participation from buyers stepping in with big green, solid green bubbles. And whereas 11:35, that's what we really need. What does that mean? Whose? Mine or yours? Well, then give it to him. Oh, come on. Why are you doing that? Yeah, yeah, that was from last night. Um, talking to the wife. Uh, we have to leave here pretty soon. Um, got about 5 minutes, I guess. Okay, we got a large buyer right there. 35 contracts. You got them sitting on the books up there. Um, we're right up against the moving average on the 15-minute right here. And if you look to left, see right here in this area, you're starting to get up into the negative delta area. So if you did try to catch yourself along and you're up in this area, you might want to lock some in and just manage the trade. Let's recenter this, recenter that, recenter that, just so when I'm gone, recenter this. Yeah, and now are we going to go right back down? I ain't got time to enter a trade. This is where the largest buyer was up in this area, about oh half. Yeah. Yep. So we're bouncing off the 15-minute. The moving average kind of slipped down. We're having kind of like a bounce up to the 15-minute. Now, if we close on the 15-minute, if we close above it, that the signs of it could move back up. I got about a few more minutes. Uh, yeah, I'm sitting on offers up there around 070 area. And see, if you look at this area right here around the 070 area, if you look over here on the 2-minute, you see that 070 area where the big negative delta is right there? That they're sitting there on the offers for a reason. Yeah, yeah, we gotta get going. All right, I'll be right back in about 30 minutes. Here, let me put all right, I'll be right back. Uh, All right, I'm back now. Yeah. Okay. We ain't got much going on. Oh yeah, we did. That was a nice 500 pointer right there. So we closed above the 5 minute, 15 minute. We closed above the 15 minutes. So yeah, reclaim the point of control. Uh, got a lack of volume up in this area though. Where we are on the profile. Profile, we've done that. That is not much. I'm gonna close that out now. Okay. All right, we got a sell imbalance that just got taken away on the 2 minute. If we break, I'm thinking here, let me do something quick. Let me do something real quick. If we, what I'm thinking, this is what I'm thinking. Let me, okay, okay, so we're sloping upwards. This is a 2 minute because things are kind of moving kind of crazy. But if I'm thinking if we break this area right here, we can go right back down. And the reason for that is because if we lose this ledge of volume right up in here, there's not much stopping us until we get down in this area around 25.0 corridor. And we don't know if this is kind of like a little relief rally. We don't know. Here, I'll be right back. I need to go. I need to run in the kitchen real quick. Yeah, I know. No, that's fine. Uh, yeah, that's fine. Hey, Kelsey, can you grab me a water? Um, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We lose this area right here. If we lose this area right here, I wonder if I should switch to a 1 minute or not. Um, I'm just thinking if we lose this area right here, we could go down. That was a negative 366 delta right there. we're still kinda the 2-minute and the 5-minute are kinda contradicting themselves, but you got the 15-minute, is kinda contradicting themselves. Alright, thank you. Alright, we just have to wait. We just have to wait. So, we just have to sit here and wait there, folks. We don't know what's gonna happen. Well, what we got here? On the heat map. There we go. Let's get the heat mapper. We really need to go down there and test that area, to be quite honest. So I tried to scout me a little bit right up in here, and I just didn't like it, so I just got out of it. Because 'Cause we're right here at the it's just contradicting itself. The 15-minute is kinda like, kinda wants to slope up, but we had like a shooting star wick. I don't know if this is a relief rally. I need to really just kinda wait, to be quite honest. I really need to wait. Um, it's like 12:22. That's what you gotta be aware of. Man, that would've been I bet you if we close if we close below this right here, if we close below this, if we close below the moving average on the 15-minute, yeah, we could be selling off more. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know though. Uh, mhm. Well, where was there we go. 19. 47. Okay. We're just gonna have to wait on this 2-minute. We really didn't get any large sellers up in here, and I was hoping for a large seller and I could use the back of that and we could possibly dump. Um, because we have a void area right here. See right here? Right up in this area right there, no large buyers. So if we get this area, that's like 10 points to the next one. But man, on the 15-minute, we got a wick up, and it looks like we were trying to form a wick right there. This area is going to be a big battle zone, probably. Yep. So 12:14, Iran, we're preparing heavy response to Israel's attack on Lebanon. Okay, this ceasefire ain't going to work, folks. It ain't going to work. I'm actually surprised. I'm trying to eat a sandwich. I'm surprised we haven't sold off, to be quite honest, because news is coming out saying, I mean, we're preparing heavy response to Israel's attack on Lebanon. That was Iran. I mean, I just don't know. Trading these types of conditions is extremely hard. Trading during the 2008 financial collapse was hard. That's when I actually started trading. Trading COVID, that was hard. And now trading this. I mean, yet whenever you have the world in chaos, the financial markets are hard to trade because financial markets like stability. They like to know what's going on. And before all this crap happened with Iran, I was actually doing good. Well, $500,000 a day, that's actually good. Now this crap, it's hard to actually trade. This is a 15-minute. I've added 15 minutes to the order flow pulse. This is a 15-minute. Um, we got the 2-minute that looks like it could start rolling over. We just don't know. It's lunchtime. I mean, it's lunchtime. We don't know what the heck's going on. we're right here at the point of control. I tried to get the short here, and then I finally and then I just closed it out. It was like, I mean, it was nothing. It was like 3 points because I knew I was wrong, so I just closed it out. Let me get the heat map. The heat map's only going to show. I think it was set to 20. Yeah, wrestling orders of 20 or more. I just don't care. I'm showing everything. When you set this thing to like 10, okay, it looks all pretty and everything, but it's kind of, it uses up a lot of resources to actually print all that stuff, to be quite honest. And I just don't think it's really needed. That's why I normally have it set a little bit higher. Maybe let's set it to 15, maybe. Go ahead and clear it out. I did a pretty big update to the DOM. If you trade off a DOM, so we're starting to move up a little bit. You got resistance up there at 105. Right up in this area, about 104. They flipped it to 104. Roughly is about 70. No, it looks like 40 sitting on the offer up there at 104. Now it's like 50. I thought for sure right here we'd start going back down, but we didn't. The 15-minute right here is still sloping upwards. That could be a relief rally. We have no idea. So it's 12:30. We don't know. It's lunchtime. The institutions are probably going to come back at 1. So I'm circling that big area. I see what they do in this area. There's not much volume. I mean, it's lunchtime. Not much is going on. Can you start me some tea? Well, here, I'll do it myself because ain't much going on. Um, Here, I'll be right back. I'm gonna uh, up there, up here, up in this area. That's what I'm looking at. Maybe they rally up there and then pull back. Uh, I thought they'd dump this more with all the more negative news coming out about this ceasefire. Iran saying they're going to respond to Israel. This ain't going to work. I mean, we all know this. Uh, yeah, we didn't get up there, did we? We're starting. All righty. So, yeah, if you go to the site orderflowbars.com, you'll see everything. Um, it's still going to be free. I know the pricing page is up there, but and it's like $95 for a whole year, but you don't have to pay for it right now. It's April 17th is when I'm going to mainly be flipping the switch, and it's going to be like a 30-day money back guarantee. If you want to support the project, that would be greatly appreciated. I mean, it's only going to get better from here on out. So, uh, the order flow pulse and everything that is really working good. The DOM. Let's take a look at the DOM. The DOM is actually. I did some work on it. Did some work on it. Here, let me look at the RTH real time trading hours. Let's go ahead and do the 40. Uh, it's loading the history. Yep, there we go. So it does the RTH, real-time trading hours. You can flip it over to overnight session if you want. You got the clear button right there that clears out everything. What I want it to do, and this one here, let me make a note for myself for tonight. Uh, what I want to do, stop market. Yeah, I need to do stop markets for the bid and ask. I'm going to work on that. I kind of look. It was around midnight, and I started looking into that. And I was like, I just had to go to bed. Um, but clear button, clear button should only clear out the trades. Trades executed. Executed. Okay, so for right now, these trades that they get executed and then they kind of fade away. You see that opacity right there? It starts fading away after about 30 seconds, I think, and then eventually drops off. Sometimes when I've traded on Jigsaw Trading, we have big negative delta right there at 110. Um, as you can see right there. Um, we got them sitting on the bids over there, about 40 of them sitting on the bids at 103. Um, That's them right there. Them 42s right there, 41s. Um, what I need to do is like, okay, I'm on the sim account. So, on the DOM, I'm on the sim account. So if I do, okay, if I buy, you see that blue border right there? That blue border tells you kind of like where you are on the trade, your average price. Here, hopefully we can jump back down. So if I buy again, you'll see it shift. Well, come on, come on, come on. Move back down a little bit for me. Maybe, maybe not. We're just going to sit here and wait. But the blue box will tell you your average price. Okay. Or you can run up and then I'll do it again. We're in lunch hour, folks. It's just kind of bad. Okay. Um, okay. You see how it jumped down to 115 now? Now let's say I buy again. Sit down, it jumps down to 113. It'll give you your average price. Now, I am tick bin to 4. Okay, so it's kind of like gives you your average price because this goes from 13 to 14 to 15, 16, and on up. Okay, so and then you can do a break even, but I'm just going to go ahead and just flatten this trade up. But the DOM is actually working. This is the real time trading hours New York session for the volume profile and the delta. In this area right up in here, right beside the clear button, I'm going to have a settings button later on. There's going to be a settings button where you can change the colors and stuff, but that's going to be later. What I really need to do is I need to widen out the trades column because like that 65 buyer right there earlier at 123, that 65 buyer, it kind of over once it starts trading up, I can't read the trades. I can't read the trades, and this is actually looking kind of bearish. There's more 19 over 7, 12 over 1, 14 over 9. So they're getting a little consumed up in this area a little bit. Uh, we got 8 to 18, got 8, and we got 23. Now we're starting to run back up. Okay. Let me get back here. So the DOM I'm going to work on, and also tonight, what I'm really going to look at trying to do is order execution on the DOM. I need to really think about uh, what I'm doing here. Got 115 buyers right there. We got 87 of it, one single order. 115 of it, 87 of it was one single order. 87 of it was one single order. If they close on a 2 minute, if they close below this, we could pull back down to the moving average. If they close above it, we don't know. Take a look at that. That's 100 resting offers up there. That's 100 resting offers up there. We got 87 contracts. This is a big area, folks. This is a big area. We got 76 contracts, but that's very light delta. The opacity was light. It was big, but it was light opacity. Not a whole lot going on. Not a whole lot going on. You got them you see them sitting up there right here. Boom. We just shifted. So you got 119 orders right there. They need to start moving up. If they start moving back down and we close back down in this area, that's going to be absorption. We got 87 contracts right there. We might actually start moving back up. Uh, a negative 80 delta in the current 2 minute. Just light volume. There's nothing going on. I'll be glad when this Iran crap's over so I can go back to trading. Alrighty. Well, we had those 87 buyers. Oh well. I mean, this is pretty weak. We got 87, one single contract. I mean, if you look at the delta on the 2 minus like 14 previous, and it's just basically neutral. It's just like a weak response. There's no volume. It's 1250. Alrighty. I don't know what today, this last few hours are going to bring, but this is just, I hope next week is better. One thirty four. You got 100, sitting there right here. I mean, look at the volume. It's very, very weak. Like nothing. Just like a slow, slow grind up. Very just slow. Yeah, not much to talk about. Just sitting here with this BS Iran crap. I mean, at least it was better than yesterday. Yesterday, there were some crazy spikes. There was this crazy spikes up, down. It was just, it was bad. I mean, look at this delta up here, right here. A pretty high negative delta, and we're just slowly just grind. Light volume. And you got 99. You got 100 right there. 100 at 142 right there. All right, you got 36 contracts that bought. Just a slow grind up. Really hard to trade that. One half, you got 50. They're just slowly grinding this up. You see? Well, I mean, that's back up into this area. Back up into this area of just balanced area. All right. Let's see. I'm coming down to the 2 minute moving average. If we close below it, we could sell off back down to the point of control, back down to the moving average of 15 minute. Uh, if you're new to trading, you're finding it hard to trade in this environment. It is. When things go back to normal, and it will, until the next BS that goes on. Uh, if you're finding it hard to trade, it really is hard to trade in this type of environment. Uh, the markets don't like uncertainty. Before all this crap happened, I mean, the tariff war and then all that, once that started subsiding, that's when things started looking pretty decent. That's when I was actually really consistent. Um, and now in this type of environment, it's really hard because, uh, like a week or two ago, I blew up a couple evaluations just because I got caught up in news. I mean, the good thing is I passed a bunch of evals and I got a handful of funded accounts when the markets were in a normal condition, which is good. So now when it goes back into a normal condition, I can start cranking out the payouts and more funded. But in this type of uh, environment we're in, you just need to downsize. You really need to downsize. I mean, it's 1 o'clock. Not, I mean, things could start coming back. Power hours should be very interesting. This is like trading the bond market. They're just waiting for news. That's all they're waiting for. They're just waiting for Iran to do something, the Trump to do something. Just waiting for news. Yeah, I'm sitting on about 84, sitting on the bed at 125. All right. All right, where y'all going? Okay, that's good. So you got 72, 75 sitting down there at 125. Coming, we're coming back down where that 87 single order was. That's probably them with that financial interest. That's the thing. You gotta understand where they are. They're right down in here. That's probably that 87 right there. 87 single order. It's probably them sitting there. That kind of got unaligned when I did that. Here, let me just go ahead and clear this out. I'll just clear it out and then we'll just okay, okay, okay. All right, I had to shut my office door. The kid kept coming in and out. I normally keep it shut. So we got 45 cell contract. If that 87, this is a pretty significant order. If that 87 right there, this right here, if we close below that, okay, if we close below that, they could start rethinking because they'll start taking some heat. So, and this is just boring. So we're just sitting here, slow grind up. We had a nice action this morning of a nice sell off. We had a nice sell off action, then we kind of reclaimed a little bit. It's just not. I thought we'd have a bigger sell off than this, but with all the negative news coming out with the ceasefire, I guess not. Netanyahu is live. I wonder what he's running his mouth about. White House press briefing. I mean, yeah. Just get ready, folks. That's all I can say is just get ready. That's all you can do. That's all you can do is just get ready for the fireworks. Just get ready for the fireworks. Um, this is a 2 minute. What do I have the settings? I need to switch it back to a 1 minute. Uh, I'm gonna merge the volume profile tick margin. I'm gonna tick margin that to 8. Okay. I don't need the heat map. Uh, I normally have the settings on there. I'm just gonna turn off level 2 because we're using the live pulse today. So I'm just going to turn that off. Sometimes I will use the live pulse. Sometimes I'll just use the level 2 and the heat map on the chart, on order flow pulse chart. It all depends. Right now, this is a 1 minute. We're just looking at a 1 minute. We got that 87 right there. We got this 36. It's just the 45 didn't show up. I just switched it. Come on, NQ. Are you going to dump it back down to the point of control? We had a sell and bounce on the 1 minute right here. As you can see right there, that right there is a sell and balance area. This means more sellers than buyers in that area. Uh, they're not really, if these people are running their mouth on TV, and God, who knows how long they're going to be shooting their mouth off. Netanyahu's talking, Levitt's talking. The chart all the way to the right's a 15-minute. Not much is going on. Power hour could be better. Just gotta wait a little bit. If you want to go down, we're gonna have to close below this 15-minute moving average. This thing's still sloping upwards. We could easily come back down to it, which is where the point of control roughly is. There we go. So we got a sell and bounce on this, and we just got taken away. You don't go with sell and bounces right as they're forming. You got to wait. You got nothing stopping you there, man. Not very much. You got about 30 of them showed up right here. Need to break through that area right there. Need to break through that area. They want to dump this down to the point of control. They're going to have to break that 93 that just kicked in. They're going to have to break that 93 that just kicked in. More than likely, it's that 87 with the financial interest. If we close below this 43, the single order 43 that just kicked in, 93 right there, 43 of it was a single order. If we close below it, let's say we close below it up in this area, that could be good. We really need to get down there. We really needed that 87, that 43 to start taking some heat. They don't take heat, they ain't gonna get uncomfortable and sell it. They're defending. We basically closed at it. That's just a neutral. Neutral, the delta was neutral. Closed right at the 43. The only thing I'm looking at is on this 15-minute where that 45 seller right there. On this 45 seller right there, the delta was 646. That's pretty significant. So that's pretty significant selling right there. So if we kind of look at this, and you can look at this on a delta chart. If you look at this on a delta chart, there was 43 of it. 43 right there. 43. That was pretty significant negative delta. Okay. We got negative delta on this 15-minute right here. So this delta chart right here is a 15-minute chart. That 87.43 is not taking any heat whatsoever. You close below the moving average, then they will. But we're not doing anything because people want to just talky, talky, talky. You got Netanyahu. Oh, yeah. He's not talking English, so I don't understand. You got Levitt here. Not even started talking yet. It's 1 p.m. Speaks at 1 p.m. 20 minutes late. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Complete BS. Getting government officials to a meeting on time is like herding stinking cats. That's right, NQ. Just shit the bed. Come on. uh, I mean, we came right down here and we wicked right back up pretty hard. You see how we bounced off that stinking moving average right there? That thing is sloping upwards. We bounced off of it pretty hard. We got a negative 646 delta in the previous 15-minute. We're at negative 370 on the current 15-minute. If we close below this moving average, that 87.36.43, they're going to be taking some heat, and more than likely, that institution is going to rethink their situation because that ain't no stinking retail trader. We don't sling around that kind of size. At least I don't in my personal. I don't know about y'all, but I daggone sure don't do that. And if you are trading that kind of size and you listening to me, well, I don't know. That's, that might be a good selling point for the add-on. Big dog using order flow pulse. Uh, let's see. We're just waiting for these stupid people to get to the press briefing on time. Where are they at? Can I watch this on YouTube? Yeah. Okay, then I can go ahead and close you out. We'll go to YouTube. We'll just sit there and wait for him. Wait for him to show up. Come on there, NQ. Are you going to crap the bed on these 8743s? Come on. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I don't know. What Fibonacci retracement was that? Was that about a 60? I have no idea. I don't trade Fibonacci. Even though he was a good mathematician, Mr. Fibonacci, he was a good mathematician. That's why that indicator is named Fibonacci from the inventor of Fibonacci. Um, all right, we're coming back down to the point of control. Coming back down to the point of control right here. We're on a 1 minute. I switched back over to a 1 minute. Um, I'm looking at a 15-minute right here. This 15-minute I'm looking at. Um, if we close on this 15-minute, we got about 5 minutes. Depending on where we close on this candle, it's going to be a telling tale. Are we going to keep going down? Actually, if we close below this area right here, okay, this 074 area, if we close below that, that will be something. Here we go. Okay. The heck was she talking about? AI sexual harassment? What the hell is going on? All right, there we go. Yeah. Yeah. All right, we're breaking the point of control. We got a sell and balance. Big negative delta right here on the 15-minute. You got a little bit of resistance there at 070. It's to be expected. 2 minutes for the 15-minute close. If we close below this, we could roll back over. The next area right there, because that's where the big positive delta was. It's around 060. Yeah. We got an inside bar right here. I usually short these, but there's nothing here. Normally I short it and put my stop up here. That's about a 12-point stop. Uh, but you might want to wait until you get down to this area right here to short it, because we're right here at the point of control. It's really hard to short something like that when you're right here at the point of control. All right. Yeah, it's really hard to short something like this when you're right here at the point of control. You're right here, and this is very, very difficult to keep going to go short on this. Well, we closed below right here, so if we actually break this right here, if we break this area right here, that's pretty significant. If we can, might get a small bounce. You got pretty big negative delta, 720 negative delta. That was a lot of selling on there. 646 on the previous one. I mean, that 87, you had 353 delta positive. So you got Levitt talking. Oh, well. Oh, well. Okay. So you taking off? Okay. Uh, we sold off right here. We could be bouncing around in this area right here. If you break this area, it could go down. Uh, okay. We're still below the moving average, so 15-minute moving average is kind of starting to flatline. If we start breaking this area right here, if we start breaking this area right here, we could go back down and test this area right here to 2,500 area, 25,000 area. No large participation except for that 43 buyer. Any other time, I'd be selling that. Which you got yourself about 15 points on that, which was pretty nice. But you see all these wicks right here. This is, this environment is extremely hard to trade. Okay, this environment is very hard to trade. Yeah. So current 15-minute delta is positive 70. We're still right. We're in a no man's area. I mean, there's a reason why we're trading right here. Okay, you got all this volume right here. Okay, I'm surprised we didn't see a delta surge on the 1 minute. Okay. The 1 minute sloping downwards, we just flatlined on the 15-minute moving average. That was interesting. It was all spiking and big move back down. But we're still right at the point of control, and we probably will be. I don't know how long this press briefing is going to last. I hope she stops talking before power hour. Ugh. Let me open my office door since they're gone. Oh boy. Yeah, we could probably really just sit here and grind right at the point of control for the whole stinking press briefing. White House Press Secretary Levitt Iran has indicated they would turn over enriched uranium. Okay. But that's just on financial juice. Um, okay. We're just going to sit here and grind around the point of control until this briefing's over. Who knows? Um, I think what I'm going to start doing is I don't think I'm going to be streaming all day as long as this Iran crap is still going on. I might stream maybe 2 or 3 days a week, but I'd rather spend the time writing code to get this add on really locked down. Uh, the DOM really, the main thing I really want to do, and I might just stream like 2 or 3 times a week. And then the rest of the time, I'd just rather sit there and maybe trade for 1 or 2 hours during the morning and then just write code for the rest of the day. Because what I would really like to do is get this DOM worked out. Okay. I really want to get this DOM. The DOM is working, everything is looking good. NQM6. Uh, let's just go to 4. So right now, last night I added ETH electronic trading hours. Let's go to RTH. That's uh n- uh that is the what New York session. What the hell? I can't even think. Um I was up late last night working. Um oh, and the account list that's looking a lot better now. Uh what I would like to do, let me turn this Levitt. Oh, not up, turn it down. Oh, there we go. I just need to know when she stops yapping. Right. I think we're just going to trade around this point of control up in this volume area as long as press briefing's going on. Uh, the 15-minute right here is just flatlining. Okay. When a moving average like this is flatlining, the order flow bar moving average, it don't go long or short. You really need to, like, if you want to go long when the moving average is sloping upwards. Okay, go long. Don't try to get this whole move from here to here. Just get a little piece of the pie. Okay, get yourself about 40 points. Okay, I mean that's like $800 on a mini. I mean this is a 15-minute. Okay, uh, what I would really like to do is now that this is looking good, the next thing I have my notes here. The next thing I need to do is Oh, the clear button. The clear button right now, when you hit clear, it clears everything. What I wanted to do is I only wanted to clear the trades right here. Okay. The trades right up in here. Only clear that. Uh, and then I need to make the trades come a little bit wider because these bubbles right here for the buy and the sell, they kind of overlap the text and you really can't read it. So I really need to update that. And then the next thing, I'm going to look in actually trying to get this done tonight. Little by little, the DOM is going to be looking good. What I'm going to try and do is when you do, let's say you're in the trade here. Let me just go ahead and just, I'm going to send 101. Okay, so the order's filled, and there's my cost average right there at 0.93. Okay, let's say I want to put my stop down here at 0.78. Well, what I would like to do is right here on the bid or the sell is just do like a shift left click and then put a stop right there, stop market right there. Okay. And the same thing when when it moves up and you're in profit, you can come over here and do shift left click on the 20 on this area right here to 0.96 and like put your stop up there. That's what I would like to get going for right now. Just simple stuff like that. Just the stock market stuff. Just get that going. And then do the limit. Like let's say I want to do a limit and stuff. I can do shift click up here for the limit, buy, limit, sell. Okay. I want to get that done. And then once that's done, which I should be able to get that done this week. I should be able to get that done this week for the DOM and then get an update out there for you. I'm pretty sure I can get that done. Once I get that done, then I'm going to go over to here. Let me just flatten this out. No working orders for NQ. Once I get that done for the DOM here, once I get that done, what I'm looking to do is actually do a chart trader right here on order flow pulse. Because I can use the same logic that I'm doing there. Like, like right here on the crosshair, when I enable a crosshair, and let's say I can do like a shift left or right click, and then you can do a limit buy or stop market sell. I want to be able to do a chart trader. Okay. And then once I get that chart trader done where you're able to just put in the orders, what I would like to do is be able to drag and drop the stop loss and take profit. So that's the long-term goal, which I'm looking to get done. Hopefully this month, if I can get enough support for this project. The pricing page is already up on the website. If I can get enough support for it, then I'll keep moving along. For flatlining on the 1 minute, flatlining on the 15 minute, it's just blah. Is she done? Yes. Good. Okay, it's all done now. Let's go back to nothing on the news. The previous 15 minute was a positive 300 delta. It wasn't that much. Past 15 minutes there were negative 600, negative 700. So we're right here in a significant area. Okay. We're right here in a pretty significant area. It's 2 o'clock. We don't know what the heck is going on. Got 2 hours to 4 o'clock. It's just I thought for sure we would sell off more than what we did, but we really haven't. I thought for sure we'd sell off more, but we really didn't. On this 15-minute, the moving average is flatlining, so you really can't have any type of direction. You really don't have any type of direction. We got to break out of this area. To do anything, you really got to break out of this area. Very low volume, as you can see on the live pulse. Very low volume on the live pulse, extremely low. Extremely low. Okay, let me see if I can't make a phone call real quick. Alrighty. Uh, Again, we're just sitting in this area doing nothing. Got 75 orders that came in. The volume's really dried up. I mean, if we look at a delta, look at a volume, volume's just dried up. There's nothing going on. Again, we're at a doji candle in 15 minutes. This is just this is just horrendous, folks. This is just stinking horrendous. This is what it's like trading this crap. This is what it's like trading this crap. When the market is uncertain about what the heck is going on, that this is what you get. But they really don't want that below the point of control. So I got in on the break of that doji right here up in here because 103. We got an inside bar on that 1 minute. You got an inside bar right there. You got an inside bar right there. There's like nothing going on. Let me switch this to a 5 minute. Let me. All right, we got a 5 minute right there. We got a 5 minute right there. Tick merge that to 8. That's overnight. Well, I didn't do anything. Yeah, I don't need to. Okay, just fine. Um, you got the 5 minute. Got the delta at 150. I'm just slicing some off. Reason I got him because we had a run up here and we had this inside bar right here. So we had a run up. We had this bar right here. We didn't break the high. We didn't break the low. Once we started breaking this area right here, I kind of got in, but then the delta wasn't really keep pushing upward. So I just went ahead and just closed it out for I don't know how many ticks, about 8 points. So that's just kind of roughly blah. But that's why I get it, and I do scalp stuff like that. Boy, this stuff just ain't friggin' doing anything for me. This just ain't doing anything for me. Um, let's look at the level 2 data right here. You can look at the heat map right here. But I kind of look at the what's on the books right here. I kind of got in on that 8 pointer right up in here. It wasn't this bar. I'm sorry. It was this bar right here. It was this bar right here. Once we started breaking that, got in, got the 8 points, and then got out. Uh, that's why I did that. So I'm back to a 5 minute and 1 minute. This market is just complete trash. Ain't nothing going on. Ah, this market is just friggin' nuts. You just have to sit here and wait for your setup, to be quite honest. You got a 5 minute right here. This is a delta chart, 5 minute delta chart. I think I got my delta surge. What is this delta surge to? 50? Yeah. Back and balance is 4 and 3. There's really not much is going on. Just another slow boring day. The morning was actually good. Just another slow boring day. Morning was good. I this just very boring. No participation in the afternoon. There was some in the morning. We had a nice trades in the morning, but other than that, there's nothing going on. To be quite honest, this is just another effing boring day with the Iran conflict. Okay, I got short real quick. Uh, okay. Oh yeah, you defaulted me a little quick. Um, yeah, I got short real quick, and there was a reason why. Folks, just sit on your hands. This is just off the charts again. Another slow boring day, and all of a sudden it shits itself. This is just I just can't trade like this, man. This is very extremely effing difficult. There's a reason why I got short. I got short right up in here, and then I just covered. I don't even know how much I covered for. This is just craziness again. You can go short right there. Right there when you see I switched. I'm going back to my old days of trading range bars and just scalping the crap out of it. Um, wow, this is just what the heck is going on now? All right, this news. No, there ain't nothing. Wait a minute, hold up. Fed minutes, many participants saw risk. Whatever. I know a lot of people are not going to like this, but I just don't care. Um, I'm going back to trading range bars like I used to. Just 1 minute shits for the birds. I'm trading range bars because that's what I used to do a while back. That's what I used to do a while back. This is a 40 range bar, folks. This is 40 ticks, 40 range bar. Okay. 40 range bar is basically from here to here is 40 ticks. Okay. That's about a $200 profit and loss per bar. When you This is my settings for a 40 range bar. You go to range bars. You set the delta surge to 50. Actually, you can set it to 75. Let's set this to 75. Okay. Let's put the uh, DP stack delta persistent stack levels to 3, price ticks to 2. Okay. Range ticks is 4, minimum volume of 1, large volume of 25. Okay. 25 for the large volume. Let's actually do, instead of 25, let's do 30. Resting orders. We don't care about the resting orders of 30. You might want to turn on the heat map if you want tick merge. I'm not tick merging anything. It's a 40 range bar. I'm not going to tick merge it. And bounce is set to 4 to 3. The DOM depth is set to 200. The tick merge is set to 4 for the volume profile. I'm not even using the volume profile. You could probably actually go long right there because you got a double stacked buy and balance area, go along, you found the absorption up there, you got to close it. This is very hyper scalping right here, folks. This is something that's extremely hyper scalping. You really have to look for signals of what you're doing. There's a reason why I went short right up in this area right here because we had all of this right here. We had a delta surge, we had stack sell and bounce, stack sell and bounce. So I went short. You're going to put your stop up here and then you start covering down here once you start getting up there. And you get about 30 points right there. Okay. This is hyper scalping. This is back in the day, I used to make like $500,000 a day pretty consistently just doing this. I had to use hotkeys when I did this. I used hotkeys when I did this. Another thing, when you see sell and bounce here, sell and bounce here, you'll want to go short. Okay. When you see a long wick like this with the hammer on a range bar, you need to cut it and get out. You need to get out for about 10 points. I don't care about the 2 to 1, the 3 to 1 crap that these gurus talk about. I just could care less about it, to be quite honest. Right up in this area, you don't want to trade. Why? Because you got it's just ranging around. You want to look for stuff where it's pulling out, pulling up right here. This right here, you got a buy and bounce area, but we closed below it, so you can probably try to catch yourself a short for about 25 points. You got to be extremely quick with this. I actually might want to start trading off my Dom with this. Uh, Sex electronic trading hours. I want RTH and I want to tick merge that to 4. I want to put this up to 30. See right here. This is right here. You got all that resting orders up in there. All that resting orders right up in there. Look at all those big resting orders. Big. There's a lot of stuff going on now. Now they woke the hell up, is what they did. They just woke the hell up on us. Let me set my quantity to. You don't go short when in range area. That stacked selling balance was up top here. We closed below. I want the stacked selling balance at least half of the candle, but you do not trade because we're in a balanced market area, folks. Look at if you look at a 5 minute here, you're not looking to go long. You're looking to take shorts. You're not looking to go short. You got on this 5 minute candle right here, you got negative 1,000 delta right there. We're in a balanced market area. You don't wanna be doing anything. You see that? We're in a balanced market area. You don't you really don't wanna be doing anything. You wanna look for a nice trend like this and get short, like right here, and pick up about 10, 15 points. Okay? Uh, you get a bounce up, and then you gotta close right here. You got a buy and bounce right in that area, and you can go short on that right there. Okay, that's what I'm looking for up here. I'm looking for a bounce up to the moving average, and then I'm looking for uh, a trapped buyer or a buy and bounce area where we close below it and then go short. I need to set up hotkeys. That's one thing I really want to do for this Dom, or actually for anything. For the chart trader too. You got them really stacking on here. Here, let me switch this up to the 50. I'm trading the MNQ, but I'm trading multiple contracts. This market is too crazy to be slinging around minis. I'll go back to trading 2 or 3 minis later when this stuff calms the heck down. When the Iran conflict is over, I'll start slinging around minis again. But until then, I'm just not going to do it. Yeah, whatever. I tried to go. This is a range area. You really don't want to be trading in this area. This is a range area. You don't want to be trading. We got the 5 minutes starting to form inside bars. We got a 5 minute moving average sloping down. We're bearish, even though you got a buy and balance on the 5 minute right here. You got a buy and balance on the 5 minute. Um, I wouldn't look to go long. I would not look to go long. It's 2:30. You got 186 sitting on the offer at 075. 160 sitting at the offer at 075. have any ghost orders out? No. You got about 100 sitting on the bid at 050. You have 200 sitting on the bid at 050. They just doubled it. At 050, you got 200 sitting on the bid at 050. Oh 50, you had 82 sell single contract. You had 100 buy single contract at O half. Just because, all right, we had a sell and bounce on this range bar. And we're closing above it. Um, the 5 minute is still indecision, to be quite honest. 5 minute is still an indecision. We don't know what the heck is going on. You got about 220 sitting on the bed at O half. This is a no man's land right here. $150 sitting at 075 on the offer. Again, we're in no man's land, people. The 5 minute is just forming inside bar after inside bar. Past 5, 10, 15 minutes have been inside bars. I'm not breaking the high or low of each bar. The current 5 minutes still forming the same way. So it's just pent up demand. You got 075, you got 140 sitting at 075, you got about 170 sitting at O half. So they really can't make a decision on what they want to do. This is quite large for, now I need to switch over to 75. I'm switching over to 75 right here. As you can see right here, I'm switching over to 75 so I can actually see the large orders sitting here with these red dots. Before it would just light up pretty heavily and I really couldn't do anything. Uh, like right now, I'm just trading micros and I'm just stacking the micros. What I'm doing, I'm just trading micros and I'm stacking them. I cannot sling around 2 or 3 minis because this market condition is not conducive to be trading that kind of size. So I am just stacking micros, scaling in, scaling out. Uh, we're looking at a 40 range bar right here. Uh, And we're looking at a 5 minute right here. 5 minute, we are still inside bar after inside bar the past 15 minutes. Current 5 minute bar is still an inside bar, not breaking the high or the low. Now I'm looking at the DOM here, and what I'm actually seeing is 130 sitting at 075, 130 sitting on the offer there. Now I'm looking at 175. They're sitting there at one half at 170. That's what we're just ping ponging back and forth. No one will take the first shot. That's why we're just sitting here grinding. Nobody's taking the first shot. You got a lot more bids sitting there at O half. You got 170. You got 130 sitting at 075 on the offer. No one's taking the first shot. It's your job to sit here and wait and find out which side is going to be taking control, and then you run with it. You're not looking for the whole move. You're looking for a part of the move. If you come here to look for fireworks and full porting, gambling, degenerate style, you need to go somewhere else. I'm trying to build this channel for professional traders. You got 175. Oh, half. You got 175 sitting on the bed. And you got to look at this too. You got to look at this. You got to look at this. You had 80 sell contracts, single contract, 100 single contracts, 82 single contracts, 100 buy single, 143 single. This is a pretty significant area. Okay, this is a pretty significant area to be trading. Okay. All right, we got a sell and bounce right there. We got a sell and bounce area right there. A double stack sell and bounce. Take a little starter there. You got to keep a tight stop. You got to keep a tight stop. You got to keep a tight stop because if you don't, this thing is going to shoot up and get you. That range bar, the previous range bar had a double stack sell and balance. Okay, had a double stack sell and bounce. I'm moving to a break even. I'm gonna go ahead and look to peel some off if they don't crush this damn thing. Okay, I peeled a little bit off and then I moved it back to a break even. I'm leaving a runner, folks, leaving a runner. The reason I got in, we had a sell and bounce right there. We broke that. We're breaking this area right up in here. So you have to go ahead and sell, put your stop up here, and then manage the trade. You got a buy and bounce area right here. That got absorbed. We closed it right here. We're just kind of bouncing around on the, we're kind of bouncing around on the delta. Okay, I've already sold half. I moved to a break even. I'm looking at my orders. What do I got out here? I got a stop market out there. Okay, stop market out there at 047. Stop market out there at 047. I'm looking good. This is why I trade range bars, folks. This is why I trade range bars. I got my finger on the flat. I got my finger on the flat. We got the at 0 and a quarter. You got 100 sitting there. 100 bids sitting at 0 and a quarter. You got 80 sitting on the offer at 030. Depends on if we start printing big. I got to flatten this thing. Got 300 sitting on the offer at 0 quarter, 350 sitting at 0 quarter, 350 bids sitting at 0 quarter, 350 bids sitting at 0 quarter. I got my runner. I've already peeled off half of it. We got 380 sitting on the bid at 0 quarter. 0 and a quarter, you got 165 filled. You got 165 filled in one single order. 165 contracts filled in one single order. That's a big, massive seller, folks. That's a big, massive seller. That's a big, massive seller. I got myself a runner. If we can get another setup, I'll add to this mother lover. I got my finger on the flat button. We might have to flatten this thing. We might have to flatten her. Come on, I need some big prints on the mask. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Take out that buy imbalance on the previous range bar. So I got my runner. I got my runner. We're gonna see what this boy can do. At 0 and a quarter, we had like 300 and some sitting on the bed at 0 quarter. We had about 300 sitting on the bed at 0 quarter. Um, uh, I'm just trading micros because um, this is what I'm looking at. Okay, I got I got short. I got short right here. And why did I get short? Well, I got short because this right here. Okay. Double stack selling balance. We broke that area. We were breaking this area right here. I'm looking at the delta. The delta is going negative. So I had to put on risk. Then I sold half right up in here. Okay. I sold half right up in here. And then I got my runner. Okay. So, this is just what you got to do. And I'm having, all right, we got 200 sitting on the offer at 020. I mean, 200 sitting on the bid at 020. We got 200 sitting on the bid at 020. I got a break even. I'm still sitting on a break even. We got a selling balance. We got a selling balance right there. We got a selling balance right there. I went on ahead. I went on ahead and moved. I just added to the stinking trade. I just added to the trade, and there's a reason why I added to it because we got a selling balance, folks. We got a selling balance. I'm going to add to that mother lover. We're going to add to that bad boy. My cost average is 033 now. My cost average is 033. 033. You see right there, my cost average 033. My cost average is 033. We're at 245. We're getting in the power hour, folks. Getting in the power hour. Getting in the power hour. Cost average is 033. I'm sitting there and I'm looking at the prints. I'm looking at the prints right here, folks. I'm looking at the prints. I'm looking at the prints. All right, I peeled me off some. I peeled me off some. All right, I'm completely out. Um, all right. So I might have to go back to trading range bars. I know a lot of people ain't gonna like, but I just don't care. People are gonna come to the stream and be like, "Man, you trading range bars? What the heck? You crazy?" I'm like, "Yeah, I am crazy. Uh, I am crazy." Uh, the reason I got in, there's a reason why I got in. There's a reason why I took half. There's a reason why I added to the trade. I got in. Let me blow this up because I'm done trading for today. Uh, what the heck? Uh, there we go. Okay, let's take a look at this. So right here at 048, right around in this area right here, we were breaking this area right here. We had big delta on the 5 minute. Okay, we were going negative on the delta on the 5 minute. We're looking good. 5 minute moving average is sloping upwards. Okay, I got into the trade because we had a double stack sell and balance area. We were breaking that area right there. We were breaking this 5 minute area right here on this candle. We were breaking that area with pretty big negative delta. If you look here, pretty big negative delta. So I got in. Once I saw this area right here, I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm taking 10 points. So I sold half and I moved to a break even. Then I managed the trade. Okay. Then we came back up and I was like, hey, I took some profits here. We came back up here. I stayed in my break even trade because I got in multiple contracts. Then I added to the trade because we ran up. We closed this. Then I saw that stacked selling balance. So I added to my trade and my cost average was 0.33 now. So then once we got to this area, we see that big 41 seller coming in, but we start trading above it. So what did I do? I just flattened the whole stinking trade. Okay. So I took the trade right here because we had stacked selling balance. So I got in right here, took some profits up in this area, added to the trade because I saw a stacked selling balance, and then I took it off because this 41 was getting absorbed, and I just flattened the trade. Okay. You got to cut your losers and you got to add to your winners. Okay. I picked up a little bit more profit because I added to my winner. Yeah. Selling balance right there. Break even. Order filled. Yeah. We got 200 sitting there on 25,000. 25,000, you got 200 sitting on the bid. At 25,000, you got 200 sitting on the bid. 25,000, you got 200 sitting on the bid. All right. I got in late on that one. I'll just wait. Here, let me up my contracts more. Uh, I don't like that. Yeah, 115. This is not a good area. Yeah. I'm just quiet because I'm trading. So I went short here, and there's a reason why I went short. I went short here because you see that 39 and the 30 buys right there. Trying to manage this trade. I don't have here. Let me just drag this over here. I went short here just because I went short here because uh, I I went short because I saw this right here. So I went so this right here, and also when you have those trapped buyers right there, and those trapped buyers, okay, those trapped buyers, we closed below them. So I went short and picked up 15 points. So I went short. And that's the reason why I went short is because we're moving down on the 5 minute order flow bar moving average. We're sloping downwards. We're moving down. It's like 3 o'clock. And that's why I went short because I saw the double stacked sell and balance area right there. We've got these buyers right here. We closed below them. We had a large seller. So once we started trading below this, I went on ahead and went short, peeled off a little bit, and then I got a runner. Okay. So that's why I went short. And I I got really quiet because I'm trying to sit here and focus. This is very hard to trade this crap. Um, I'm using a 40 range bar. I know most people are like, range bars, man, that sucks. That's blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm going to tell you something. Uh, that's how I got me a handful of funded accounts is trading these stupid low range bars. Um, so, uh, break even stop market accepted at 224. Okay. That's why I went short here. Okay. I'm trying to manage this trade. We got, 180 sitting, up here. And I'm trading MNQs, people, because I'm trading MNQs. Oh man, I really okay. We got at 950, we got 170 sitting on the bid there at 950. I can't let this thing come back too much on me. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. I just added to the trade. I just added to the trade. My cost average is 71. 971 is my cost average. I added to the trade because I saw that double stack sell right there. Got my finger on the flatten trigger. Got my finger on the flatten trigger. I'm looking at the prints being printed right now. We got 16s, 15s. Um, Flatten it. I just flattened the trade. I just got out of it. And the reason I got out of it, this is the reason why I entered this trade to begin with. I entered the trade because we had stacked. Ah, oh. I entered the trade because come on, man. I entered the trade because we had a sell and bounce right here. We had sell and bounce. We had sell and bounce, but we closed above it. I entered the trade because we had these buyers right here, 39 and 30 single order contracts, and we closed below them. They got trapped, so I entered the trade here on the 40 range bar. We came down here. I took half of it off for about 10, 12 points. Okay. Then we came, boom, 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 boom. Okay. And then we came down here, and what I did is that I saw this right here, so I added to the trade to try to look for another flush down. Okay, I added to the trade. Then once I saw this right here, once I saw this right here with the delta surge of 55 and it closed above with a large buyer, I just went ahead and flattened the trade. The trade that I entered into got my cost average up in this area. I can't remember exactly what. Already flat. Yeah, we're already flat. So that's what I did. That's why I added to the trade. This is the thing. You have to add to your winners. Cut your losers and add to your winners. Okay. Cut your losers, add to your winners. Uh, Maybe we can get a spike up here. I don't know. Maybe we can get a spike up here. We kind of go in here, try to uh, maybe we can get a run up. Maybe we can get a run up. Maybe I move to a break even. Okay. I moved to a break even. There's a reason why I get in, why I got out. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and flatten the trade. Um, okay, there's a reason why I got in to buy. There's a triple stacked buy and bounce right here. So I went on ahead and got in on the break of that. And then I just scalped out about 10 points right there. Okay. And then I got out. And there's a reason why I got out. Because I saw the seller sitting up here around 980. Actually, it was up in this area right here, somewhere up in here. I saw a 78 because I saw a red dot right there. I saw a red dot, so I went on ahead and just got out of the trade. Okay, this is how I got 5 funded accounts, people, because I just sit there and go in and out of this, in and out of this. Okay, you go short right here, you start seeing this, you start covering. You don't take a stinking full stop out. Once it starts moving back up, just cut the trade, move on to another one. This 40 range bar gives you so many more stinking trades to do. Like this one, you could have gotten eight points on that one. Okay. This one right here, this one right here, you probably got yourself about break even, to be quite honest. This trade right here, you got yourself about 20 points. Okay. I mean, range bars are the way to go. Okay. You want to scalp? That's the way to go. What I need to do is I need to set me up a little keyboard thing right here, the little keyboard thing. And you need to click it, and then that will engage your hotkeys. So you can do shift 2, 3, 4, shift 1, 2, 3, 4, buy, buy some contracts, do a control 1, 2, 3, 4. You gotta get yourself a little gaming mouse set up so you can do the shifts and the controls and just and then have your left hand just do all the 1, 2, 3, how many orders you wanna buy. Then you can do, Shift S to sell. Uh, you can set up the option to move to a break even. That's how I scalped myself to a handful of, funded accounts by doing this stuff right exactly what you're just seeing. It's too hard. By the time that YouTube has a 3-second delay. By the time I'm in the trade, and by the time you see me in the trade, I'm already taking half profits, more than likely. I'm already taking half profits. Um, I really don't want to take the sell signal, and there's a reason why I don't want to take the sell signal. Well, for one thing, you take the sell signal right here, but look at the stinking support you got right there. I just took the buy signal up here for about 8 points. So why would I turn around and do a sell signal when you have all of that support right there? That triple stacked buy imbalance? Now you wanna try to take a short to get a dump down? No, that's idiotic. Don't be doing that. Plus another thing, look at look at the 5 minute that you were in. No, you don't do stupid stuff like that. You don't do it. You don't do it. You don't. You don't do it. You just don't do it. Okay? You gotta have fast executions for this. From my experience, I traded with Lucid and with Tradevate. Man, their executions are slow. I can't deal with that crap. Um, I'm trading with Bull Knox on Rhythmic, and I don't have any problems with Rhythmic, to be quite honest. I don't have any problems with Rhythmic. Every now and then it probably disconnect me, but I don't know. That might be my crappy internet. I have no idea. Could be my crappy internet. We got 81 sitting there at 965. See the little red dot right there? You got about 80 offers sitting there. Got about 116. So I get about 79 sitting on the bid right there. You got 130 sitting on the bid at 930. I have no idea if we're going to get down there. I have no idea. All I do know is you got a sell signal right there. You got to think, do you really want to take that sell signal? Do you really want to take this sell imbalance? Okay, when the delta is really not all that good right there. You just had all this area right here that was buyers that got long and got yourself about 8, 10 points on that. I tried to add to my winner that I had right here because I had earlier. I took this short down here. Okay, took half profits and I added to it. Got my cost average down here, and then I got to a break even on the one that I added to right here. So I just cut the trade, and then I turned around and went long and got myself 8 points. So I went short down it. So then about a couple minutes later, I went long. That's how you scalp yourself to a handful of funded accounts, folks. Okay. You want to be taking longs. Why? Well, for one thing, if the 5 minute bar is green, okay, if the 5 minute bar is green and you're looking good, you can go ahead and take them. Okay. I'm looking at a delta chart because I like to kind of know what the delta is going on within the 5 minute candle. Okay. Kind of want to know what the 5 minute, your counter trend trading, your moving average for the 5 minute moving bar average is up here, but this is green. Okay. You want to be taking buy signals, double stack buy signals, but you don't be taking them. You don't be taking them when you're right here in the stinking middle of slop. Okay. We just had a sell off and then we were moving back up. I thought we'd have a V-shaped recovery. That's why I got in right here. Okay. That's why I got in right here. You can get in right there, that's fine. You see this right here? Do 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 do. The buy imbalance? It's about half of the candle from here to here. Okay. Once you get up here and get stuff about 5 points, you just go ahead and scalp some off. Okay, you're counting trend trading. You gotta be quick at taking the profits though. It's kind of hard because I trade off the Dom too. Okay, you got up here at 992. You got to be looking up here where they're printing. Right now, they're printing pretty big on the cells right here. 17, 14, 11. You know, uh, Yeah, I'd be cutting the trade to be quite honest. Yep, see what I'm talking about? Just cut the trade. Just take a small loss. Just take a small loss. Just cut the trade. There'll be a next one right around the corner. Okay, you got all these offers sitting up here. Kind of freaked them out, I guess. You got another trap to buy. I see right here. This is pretty decent. You got 46 contracts, one single order. We closed below it. Okay, we closed below it. Okay, we ran down. We ran back up. Now we kind of ran down. We closed below that 46 single order buy contract, and we closed below it. You can take a short. Once you start seeing stuff like this, you got to get out. Take your 5, 6 points. I don't care. Take your $100, $200, move along. Do that a handful of times a day, and you got yourself $1,000 a day. That's how I passed and got me a handful of funded accounts because of crap like this. Okay, because of crap like this. You gotta be an adult and take your stops. Okay, you gotta be an adult and take your stops. Let it run. Who cares? Oh, there you go. You got another buying bounce that looks like it could be forming. You got to look over here to the previous selling right here. You got to look at the Dom right here. You got 180 sitting on the offer at 995. That's a little suspect. That's probably why we got that wick right there. That's a little suspect. If you're down in, I mean, there ain't no signal here. To be quite honest. There was right here, but then you start seeing that wick and you start coming back down. You just got to cut it. Seriously, you just got to cut it. Commissions are cheap. Full stop outs are more expensive. You got 144 sitting there on the offer at 995, and they just ate right through them. Look at that. You got 40 print right there. You got 40 print right there. You got more sitting up there. Are they going to go for them? They're going for them. They're going for them. We got Delta Surge right there. To be expected because look at all them offers sitting up there. Previously at 25,000, you had 115 buyers right there. I mean, 115 contracts, one single order, 115 contracts. I don't know what's printing there because the bubble is in my way. I need to make it bigger. Need to make it wider. All right, we got a buy and bounce right there. Whoop, I missed it. Okay, we got a buy and bounce right there. We got a buy and bounce right there. Buy and bounce. We're breaking it. Uh, you got some offers sitting up there at 012. Okay, 012. If you get up there to 012 and they start getting absorbed, you got to get the hell out of the trade. Don't be playing those stupid games with this. We've already extended quite a bit. You need to be looking here over on the trade side. You want to see this green right here? You want to see this shit. You want to see 15, 20, 25, 30. You want to see big prints to move up here to 012. Big prints. We need big prints right here. You just cut the stinking trade. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Take, take it. Just cut it. Cut it. See. Mm, 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 mm. Saw a little hesitation right there. You got to cut it, man. You got to cut the hesitation. You saw a little hesitation. You got to cut it. We've already extended quite a bit. I mean, you got to cut it for about 2 5 points. You know what I really used to do, and this was before the market went all whacked out on us and started smoking crack. Uh, what I really used to do, and I used to do this constantly, this trade right here, and this is how I had my hotkeys set up. And this is, if you don't know what an offset is, okay, an offset for a break even. This is how I'm going to set up the hotkeys. I really need to set up the hotkeys, to be quite honest. I need to work on that more than anything, because that's how I make my money. To be quite honest, I can't be trading point click. No, screw that. I want keyboard commands, hotkeys, mouse hotkeys. Um, what I would do is I would buy right, okay, stack buy and bounce. I would enter the trade right here. Okay. As soon as we got up here, we got the 5 points. because I know how range bars are. Once we got to 5 points, I would immediately do a shift E or break even. Okay. Shift E, even, break even. Okay. And what it would be the break even right here. Let's say it was 82 whole. Okay. My break even would be 82 half. I'd at least get me $10 out of the deal. Why? Because I want to pay for commissions and slippage. Okay. I want to pay for commissions and slippage. Okay. I want to pay for commissions and slippage. So as soon as we break and I get in here like at 83 and we come up here, I'll do a shift B to a break even. Sometimes it was 1 point. Sometimes I do an offset of a break even uh of 1 point. Why? Because that's $20. $5. Let's say I do $10 on slippage. Okay, let's say do $5 on a tick slippage or $10 on a tick slippage. I still walk away with $10. Okay, and also when I would come up here and buy this and it would run up here, I would probably when it got to 10 points, I would sell half and move to a break even. I would do a shift S and it would sell half my contracts and move me immediately to a break even plus one or break even half, whatever I set the offset to. And that's what I'm going to be doing on here. Uh, that's what I'm going to be doing on here. Okay. Let me get this down. Whoops. Let me get this down here. Uh, I was trading micros because this friggin' market is just crazy. I was stacking micros, stacking like 246 micros. Uh, at one time I was stacking 10, 12 micros. Because I was adding to the trade and I was stacking them. Uh, and then once I'd get green, I'd just start slicing them off like 2, 4, 6. Just slice off like 2, 4 contracts and then move to a break even. Uh, just stack into the trade because right here was whoops, right here I was like, okay, I think I'm looking to go short. Okay, I'm looking to go short right here. Once we start breaking that, I was like, screw this, I'm going short. You want to know why? Because per minute I'm only risking $200, and look what I got, like 500. I mean, come on, why not? Okay, you want to stack the trades. There's no reason to be going in just all full port on the micros, man. Just stack. I mean, on the menu, stack the trades. Go 2, 4, 6. It starts coming back, peel some off. You break this, you add to the trade, add 2 more. Come down to this area, come down to that area, start slicing it off. Actually, I added to the trade right there. I added to the trade. I was like 4 micros up in here, and I just added to the trade. Then we came back here, and I just sliced the whole trade off. That's how it's done because you can easily come up and get uh, quite a few trades. Here, let's take a look at this. Okay, they're sitting at 89. They're sitting on. They got 80 on 89. They got 76, 86 right there at 81, 80. They got 150 at 977. They got 160 at 977. Let's start looking at them orders. Are they going to start filling? Oh, we got 22. We got 22. So we got 13. Uh, they just refreshed that shit. They just refreshed the 79s. They just refreshed that shit. No, you ain't no spoofer. You would have been out of that by now. Yep, you're a spoofer. Okay. Little spoof alert, spoof alert, spoof alert. All right, we got 175 at 977. I'm tick merged to 1 point. Okay. Start looking right up in this area, right here. Start looking up in this area where the trade column is. Where the trade column is, start looking to see what these print. Oh, man. They got filled. We got OHAF at 986. We got 160 offers at 986. They got filled on that shit. They got filled on that shit, bro. They got filled on that shit. It's kind of hard to go short because you got them 46 and 30 single order contracts right up in here. That 46 and that 30, kind of hard to be going. Kind of hard to be going short right there because they might be there. They could be there sitting there ready to go. But you got at 96, you got that offer up there at 986. They're still sitting there. The delta on the delta is not all that big. They just refreshed it. They just refreshed it. Yeah, so I'm just sitting here, just range bar scalping. I don't like that. You better get them boys. We got 20 print on the ask. They just filled them. All right, I'm moving to a break even. I don't like that crap. I just moved to a break even. I don't like that crap. Yeah, it got me out. I took a a couple points right there, and I just got out. They just kept refreshing right here. I just don't like that. They just kept refreshing on the bid, and I just got out. Now they got a sell and bounce right there on this one. Look at that friggin' stinker. They got a sell and bounce on that. No working orders. Look at that, boy. Don't that suck? Oh well. I just didn't like it because they kept refreshing the bids. So I got the heck out. I'm not going to step in front of a freight train. You got 133 sitting on the bid at 955 right there. At got 135 at 955, 140 at 955. Let's see if they get filled. You want to look at the trade columns right here. Look at them stacking on the offers right there. Now they start stacking on the offers right there. Now that I got out. Yeah, they just keep stacking. There was 113, 133 sell right there before. Okay. Yeah, this is a little hard. You're coming back down into this area right here. Okay, where we had that little run up. But the reason you want to be taking shorts is because they got 100 sit, 970, 100 sitting on the offer. Is because, for one, the 5 minute moving average sloping down. and the 5 minute is in a red, is is a red bar. Selling, and the delta is negative. So you really want to be looking for shorts, not longs. You want to be looking for shorts, not longs. Yeah. Also, another thing, you want to make sure you got your rhythmic stuff up here. Okay. You want to make sure you got your rhythmic up here. Okay. The reason you want to have your connection order book right up here is because what happens if Ninja Trader takes a crap and you're down and you're in a trade? You need to come over here and just flatten the trade or manage it with the other order book from the connection. So even though I'm scalping off the DOM that I developed, okay, we got 150 sitting on the offer at 986. They're still sitting there. This order book right here, you really want to keep that order book open. Okay, you want to keep that order book right here. Okay, and the reason for that is because if Ninja goes down, at least you can come over to Rhythmic and manage the trade. It's only happened maybe once or twice, but if you are in a $500 profitable trade and it takes a crap on you and then you end up losing money, then you'll start doing that stuff. Then you will start doing it. All right, looking for shorts is kind of dangerous because you got a 5 minute bar right here, 5 minute bar that's green plus you got 200 positive delta. Okay, that's a little hard to be taking uh, shorts. You got 180 sitting up there at 984 right there. You see the little red dot? That means the large volume. That means over 75 right there. So that is quite big. See, if I set this to 50, if I set that to 50, then a whole bunch of bars start showing up, and normally you don't have that much volume on the NQ, but you know, today you do. So you just gotta work with it. You just gotta manage it. Okay, you gotta work with it. Oh man, sitting there running my mouth, missing trades, man. You got right here a 76 positive delta, but we had like a shooting star right here. So we kind of ran down, we kind of ran up. Okay, there's no buy and bounce, nothing up here. Right here would be awesome. Oops. Right right here would be awesome if we had a large buyer or a buy and balance, and then you can get short and then come down here and pick yourself up about 10 points. Okay. That's how it's done. That's how it's done. That's how it's done. Okay. Uh, Wait a minute. Let me switch this back over to two so I can scale in, scale out. Switch that back over to two. I'm trading a funded account. Okay. I'm trading a funded account on Bullnox. Do. What we got here? What we got here? You got 133. You got a lot of fucking. You got a red candle on that 5 minute now. You got a red candle on that 5 minute. You gonna eat them 955s, or you gonna eat the 955s at 130 at 955s? Are you gonna eat them bad boys? Are you gonna eat them? What you got for dinner? Whoop, you got some backing right there. 6263. You got some backing right there. At 963 earlier, you had a 133 cell con 133 contracts, one order. At 9.5, you had 116 sell contracts, one order. Yeah, we ain't doing much, are we? Just sitting there. Come on, eat them mother lovers. What you gonna have for dinner? You gonna have some bids? What you having for dinner? I'm gonna have me some bids. You're taking your sweet time. We're starting to build up. We got 76. You see that 76 fill? You got 76 fill right there. Holy smokers. Yeah, 76 fill right there. They're refreshing it. They're in 76 fills. They're refreshing it. Refreshing the bids. Boy, there was 76. They got filled. Boom. They got 76. I don't know if you saw it, but it flashed up 76. And they could not keep moving down, but they got absorbed a little bit. That's why you got yourself a nice 10-point pop right there. I don't know if you saw it there on the books, but it flashed 76 red, 76 sellers got absorbed, and then the buyers just took control, and then we started ticking up like 19, 20, 15 over 1, 20 over 9. I mean, you just start 27, 27, 16 number. I mean, they just start running it up. Where was it? Around here, around 62. Now we're up 72, about 10 points. You're getting ready to hit 82 at about 20 points. This is what trading off the dime is like, folks. It's like trading off the dime. That's what this is like. Yep, they starting to smoke them up now. What you having for dinner? You having bids. You had 76 sell contracts to try to eat them bids, and oh boy, they got absorbed. They got absorbed, folks. You know, I kind of wish we had a big, huge sell. You know, that would have been nice. Maybe I need to refactor. I need to refactor this. Okay, I need to, there's two major things I need to do, man. Oh my god, it's gonna be late nights on this week. Uh, all right, there's a couple things I need to do. One, uh, this large volume right here is set to 25. Why is it set to 25? I want it set to 30. Why? Okay, maybe I didn't save it last time. Okay, this right here, large volume, 30 single order contracts. Um, I need to find out what is being absorbed within 100 milliseconds. Like if we have 75, 100 contracts within 100 milliseconds, I kind of want to know that. I kind of want to know that. You know, well, and I need to know it where it is on here. Maybe I can just print it inside the bar, but I don't know. I need to figure this out. Well, that's white text. Why not do white text? That's kind of neutral. Violet blue, white text, green, and most people use red. That'll be white text. White text right here. Boom. Tells you how many. Ooh, that's an idea. That's an idea. So on the live pulse, you have. See, I can look at the trades right here, and I could see that 76 get filled, and we did not go down. That was absorption. So once we started trading back up, you need to go long, okay, because you saw that absorption. Now, if I turned on the heat map right here, which no, I don't have. Not heat map wasn't even on. Okay, because I was trading off the dom. That's right. Yeah, I was trading off the dime. That's what most people, some we got 100 on the bid at 974. Um, it takes a while to learn how to trade off of a dime, to be quite honest. It really takes a while. I did it with jigsaw trading. I traded off the dime for quite a while with jigsaw trading, and it's actually once you learn how to trade off this dime, you can scalp the living crap out of the market. Um, I mean, you can scalp the living crap out of the market if you start trading off the dime. Um, we got 24 prints right there. Um, all right, I'm out. What the heck happened? Crap. That's why. Okay, there's a reason why I went long. For one, we hit that 44 right there, and we started closing above that. Plus, on the 5 minute, hit that 44. We closed above it right there. So I kind of got long right up in here about 995. Okay, about 995, 995, 995, because we were getting ready to break that. Um, 995 right around right up in here, and then you just get out for about. Whoops, oh come on. About 995 right here and just get out about right once you get that spike and spike back down, just get out for about a few points. That's all. About 6 points. $100 bucks here and there, man, that adds up. You do that type of trade within 30 seconds like that. You do that about 5 times during the day. That's $500. That's a six-figure income for the year. You gotta be disciplined though, man. If you're gonna be a hyper scalper like this, you gotta be disciplined. There ain't no second guessing crap, okay? There ain't no second guessing stuff, okay? You really gotta be extremely disciplined. I don't know why I'm trading in the 336. This is kind of stupid. This is kind of stupid. Trading in late in this game. Trading late into this game is just kind of idiotic, to be quite honest. Trading late into this game is kind of idiotic. This market's squirrely as crap. All right, I'm out of that. I'm not taking that. Oh, wait a minute. I just clicked. Whoops. I did not mean to do that. That was a finger glitch. That was a finger glitch. I hate that. That's why I like trading on keyboard commands. That was a finger glitch, folks. That was a finger glitch. My finger twitched and hit the buy. I don't know why. Okay. Well, at least that was somewhat profitable. That was a finger glitch. Yeah, see, I'd be staying out of this, because you got wick right here, you got a wick right here. It's 340, 339. It's just best to stay out. Okay. I tried to get long because I saw that 100 right there, and because I saw the, come on, I saw the buy and bounce right here. So I tried to get in on that. That didn't work out, so I just cut it. Then I had that finger glitch right here. My finger twitched. Well, we got a 38 buyer right there. You got 38 buyer, and it actually, uh, not big delta though. 86. I have no idea why I'm trading like 340 is getting ready to be 350 algo, man. You stupid. I mean, I know what I'm trying to do. I know what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to. I'm thinking that the 350 algo is going to kick in, and I'm going to get me a break even and ride it to a massive profit. I don't know why I'm thinking that. That was a break even stop market. Come on, man. This is just some choppy slop. Choppy slop. That's all it is. It's 342. We're getting ready to have the 350 algo kick in. There's going to be some money shuffling around quite a bit. Okay. There's going to be some money shuffling around. Man, you got absorbed, didn't you? I just need to be done. All right, I think I'm done. I took that trade because we had a stacked selling balance. We had 114 buyers. We broke that, so I got in, got up to this area, scaled off half, and then I just moved to break even. Then I just flattened it. This has been a boring, stinking day. I mean, it's probably really not a boring day. It's just I'm so sick and tired of this Iran shit going on. I'm just fed up with it beyond everything. I'm just so fed up with it. I don't even know what to do. Like I just don't even care about this trade right here. This is just I'm just so fed up with this shit. Come on, man. I mean, this was good trades. I'm just so fed up with the Iran shit that I don't even know what to do anymore. To be quite honest, I'm just tired of trading around it. Um, yeah, this was a good trade because we had 114 single order buy contracts. You broke the high, then you just want to sit there and just trail it up to the low, trail it up to the low, get yourself about 20 points into the close. I'm just so stinking fed up with Iran mess that I just don't even know what to do. And if you really want to, you can actually set up like the level two. You can hit apply and just set up the level two right here, and you can add in the heat map if you want. What's the heat map settings? Resting orders of 30. Maybe you do 20. I don't know. You can see where the resting orders are. Oh, we had a sell. We've got sell buy and bounce right there. You got a buy and bounce right there. It got absorbed. We closed below it down there. They got absorbed. The buyers got absorbed up there. This was a buy and bounce right here. This was actually good. Buy and bounce. You want to go up. That was a nice little trade. They didn't get absorbed for about 20 points. This is yeah. You had sellers get absorbed right here, and you had to buy and bounce, and you had to close above it. That is a fantastic trade to take. Okay, fantastic. Okay, that's a fantastic trade to take. Got sell and balance. They just got taken away though. Um, this right here, this trade, buy and balance with the delta, pretty good. You get in here, you get all that persistent delta, persistent buy and surge of 150. But once you start coming traveling back down, you got to get out because the momentum has shifted drastically. You had a delta surge right there, double stacked buy and bounce right here. That is a go signal to go up. Okay, but the problem is it starts coming right back down. You got to get out. That's just the way it is. You're looking for things like this, okay, to get in here and to get profitable immediately, sell half, get a runner, okay? That's what you're looking for, like I did earlier on the selling, and then add to the trade like I did. That's what you're looking for. Okay, 350. This thing's going to get whacked out of its mind. I wonder if I should throw in some orders just for shits and giggles. Um, and sometimes with these range bars, with a 40 range bar like this, sometimes the market is going to move so fast you're not going to be able to trade it. And that's okay. Okay, you're going to miss some trades. Who cares? Yeah, I really need to sit down and get this hotkey stuff. I think what I'm going to do, because I don't know if most people will be trading off of Dom, and I can enable the hotkey stuff a little later for that, but create like another chart trader window. Kind of like how you have it when you go in here to new, and you do a basic entry. Where's that basic entry? When you go to new and you got a basic entry chart like this, you can just come in here and do your orders. I kind of want to build something like that. Okay. And also within that window, actually have like a little keyboard thing that looks like a keyboard where you can actually go like enable keyboard commands, enable hotkey trading. Just call it HK for a hotkey or something. Then you click it and enables it. Yeah, I sell right there, but it's towards the end of the day. It's 352. Do you really want to take it? Well, I was just taking see what kind of shit that comes out of it. Let's just take it and see what kind of shit comes out of it. Nothing. Exactly. Shit. Oh my word. It's 353. Yeah. As you can tell, I'm really fed up with this Iran shit. I'm just really, really fed up with this Iran stuff. I just don't even know what to do. All right, that's it. I'm gonna cut the stream. I'm done. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I'll figure it out. Probably best to not even stinking trade with this Iran shit going on and just sit here and code all day. I might do that. I just might sit here and code all stupid day tomorrow and not even deal with the trading bullshit that goes on. Uh, and I would just, with all this shit going on with Iran and the U.S. and Israel, uh, I might just stink and just not even friggin' trade until that shit's over with, and then just build this thing out and just make it massive order flow package for Ninja Trader, not even deal with the U.S. Iran bullshit. So I'll talk to you later.